So to execute the workflow, we are going to be using a background job. We're going to be using Upstash. So Upstash provide what we call workflows. So think of it like a runner. So we're going to use to run a workflow in the background so that we can be able to also stream each of because Upstash also provide real time too. We can also stream the response from each of the workflow to the output from each of the workflow, each of the nodes executor down to the client side. So if you go over to, you can sign up. I sign up in Upstash. I've already signed up. Once you sign up, we have Redix workflow vector and stuff. So just click here and go to the documentation. So I'm already in the documentation. If you come over to the documentation, you should see get started there, and you should click Upstash workflow. So click on the workflow, and then we can scroll down and click Next.js. So to use Upstash workflow, we are going to install Upstash. So just click on this, and then let's head over to the so let's go over to the code and let's install the package. So I'm going to open my terminal. I'm going to cancel the server, and let me clear the terminal. And I'm going to paste the command. So I'm installing 0.2.3. So just click on install. So let's wait for this to install. So we're going to be running our executor in the background. So it's going to be a background job. And with Upstash workflow, we can be able to do this. So let's wait for this to install. So this has installed. Let's head over to the browser and let's look at the documentation and see what next. So let me go back. So I think we went back. So the next thing we're going to do is you can run this. And when you run this is going to give us the QStart URL, token, current signing key, and the next signing key. So we are going to go ahead and then run that. So I'm going to go over to my code and let's run the CLI. So I'm just going to run it here. And we're going to leave the CLI. The CLI is going to always run. Even when we want to run the server, our app server, we're going to open a new terminal to run that. So I'm going to say yes. And then let's see, this is going to paste generate the events. So I'm going to copy everything and then paste it in my own env file. So let me wait for this to run. So I'm already using, my system is already using the port which Upstash Upstash is trying CLI is trying to use. So I'm going to use a different port. So I'll just press it in. So I've pasted it, just put dashboard A081, and then I'm going to click on enter. So this is going to then use the 08081 port. So now we can see that it has given us, we're going to just copy all of this. I will copy this. Sorry, I think I have made a mistake. I've canceled the server. So I'm going to paste all of this inside my env. So let me just paste it here. And then we need to pass in the port and the URL, which is 127.0.1. So let's do that here. So I'm going to just paste it here, and this is it. So now we have it. Let's head over to the documentation to see what we're going to do next. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create the workflow endpoint. So to find the local server where I was able to get the to set the port, you can go over to quick start, and then if you go scroll down, you will see local. Then you go down to how to. Then you should be able to see local development, and this is where I was able to get the setting to add a custom port. So let's head over back to the workflow and let's go on to the next. So let me scroll. So after we've done this, we're going to create the endpoints, workflow endpoint. So we're going to create this route API workflow. So our own is going to be workflow slash chat slash route. So let's just copy all of this. And then let's head over to the code. I'll close my terminal and then let's head over. Let me close everything. And then inside the app and inside the API, inside workflow, I'm going to create a folder called chat and I'm going to say routes.txt and then we can paste the post request here. So let's head over back to the documentation and let's see what we can do next. So then we need to create a trigger. This is going to trigger the endpoint which we create. This is the workflow endpoint. So we're going to create a trigger which uh, is going to trigger the workflow. Then on the client side, you're going to use this route. We're going to call this route on the client side. This is going to be the route you're going to call on the client side. So just copy it. Let's go to the code editor. And then I'm going to create this inside the API route itself, inside the workflow. You can keep it inside here. It doesn't mean I can just create it here. You can create a trigger folder here, but let me just do it the way I did it. So let me just do Upstash. And then let me just say trigger. Let me create routes.txt and let's paste it here. Just like this. So now we are done with it. So let's go to the documentation and let's see. So now I think that is all. Okay, we need to add these two in the trigger so that if we're using Vercel, it's going to point to the Vercel URL once we deploy to Vercel and locals we're going to use it. So I will just copy this and then and I think that is all for the workflow. So let's go back to the code and let's make it better so that it fits to what we need. So I'm going to work on this. So let me close this and then I'm going to paste this. So let me just like this. And then I'm going to paste it like this. So yeah, it's going to also need the base URL. So I'll just pass it stack base URL. Now we are pasting the base URL, our dev. So make sure you add, and we're going to add the URL in the env once we deploy. Then now once you use the trigger, the clients from Upstash, we can get your workflow. So this generates a unique workflow run ID. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to replace this with the base URL, and then I'm going to say API workflow, and I'm going to point to the chat endpoint, which is this endpoint we've created. And then we can say we try tree. Then we can also say keep config trigger true. And then we need to pass in body. So I can pass in body because this is going to require message and also we're going to require message from the client side. I'm going to send it to the backend. So I'm going to say messages and sorry, I need to wrap this inside a post route. I forgot. So I'll say post async post here. And let's just use try catch here and let's paste it inside. And this we're going to get the messages. So I'll say constant messages await request.json. Then we can pass in the messages. Now we also need to handle pass in headers. So let me do that at the top here. So this header is required once we want to deploy to Vercel. So we need to pass in X Vercel protection bypass. Like this is not going to be true. We're going to say process.env. We're going to create the env and we're going to pass it in once we deploy. So this is going to added and this will allow Upstash to work well. So we are going to return the workflow runner. So let me do that here. So I'm going to say rest return next response. .json. I'll say success true. Let me remove this. And then we're going to also pass in a unique ID for each of the workflow. So I'll just say comma here. So you can pass in a unique ID from the client side. So I'm just going to use the workflow runner since it is unique for each run. So for each workflow, now we need to also, let me copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to change this to sorry, success false, and then we say error. I'll just change this to fail to trigger workflow, and then we need to set the status to status 500. So let me remove this. So now we have the trigger. Now we need to connect this trigger endpoint with the use chat hook. So inside the client side, we are going to come back to the chat endpoint, but let's connect this to the use chat hook since the use chat hook is going to call this endpoint, and then this endpoint is going to call the endpoint inside the in chat route. So let's just also create. We're going to wrap this inside. So we're going to create a um, we're going to create a get request. So let me first of all, sorry guys, let's just first of all connect this so we don't confuse ourselves. So let's just connect this to the client side first. Take it. So on the client side, which is components, which is workflow, charts, and index. So not index inside the charts panel. Remember we have um the API/charts. So and we're using default route. So we can't just connect this directly uh to we can't just do it like this API Upstash 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 and trigger. No, we're not going to do like this. We're going to create a custom transport which we are going to be able to connect to the trigger like we expected. Then we are going to also create a get request the uh, inside the workflow chart. Remember, the hostage trigger route is pointing to the post request, which is the API workflow chart, which is the post request here, the post um, workflow. Then we need a get request to listen. You're going to be able to listen for everything that occur in this workflow. Since we're going to be sending the data in real time, we're going to be using Upstash real time, and then we're going to send the data. So we need a get request to listen for those events, and then we are going to send it to we're going to send it to the client side. So what we're going to do, let's quickly create a custom transport first. Then we are going to then create a get request route, which we are going to also add to the custom transport. So let me close all of this. Let's go into the chat panel, and then we are going to create a function. So I'll collapse this inside the div folder. I'm going to create a file. I'll call it transport.txt. And there we're going to create a transport function here. So let's go into the browser and let's look at how to implement custom transport in AI SDK. So if you go over to AI SDK and just search on Google AI SDK UI and then transport, you can see how to use transport here. You say use chart hook, and then you can set default transport. Now if you want to have custom transport, then you can just pass in API charts and then stuff and the credentials. Now we can also see use how to use the default transfer. You also have prepare send message request and something like this. And then there are a bunch of different ways to do it. I think these are the three ways you can do it: dynamic configuration, request transformation, and all of this. So let's just go and implement our custom transports inside the First, I'll go over back to my code. So let's implement that. So we're going to import the default chart transport. Then we're going to create a function. So I'm going to say export constant create a workflow transports, and then here we're going to return. Let's return new and default chart transport, and then now we need to point to the API. There will say Upstash slash trigger. Then we need to create a custom. We say prepare async um, prepare send message request, and there we can get the message. We say messages, and there we need to return. We say body, and let's pass in the messages that we need for the trigger endpoints, the offset trigger endpoints. Now we have this. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to add, let's add an header. We say prepare, we connect request stream, let's get data, and then let's return a structured data, and then we're going to add headers. Let's also get it data.headers, and then let's also pass a x is reconnect true. Then now once we are done with this, we need to then we need to use the fetch, and this is where we're going to connect to the get request endpoints. So I'm going to say, sorry, I think I made a mistake. They should be async like this. And then we say the inputs and then the inits. So now we're going to say constant triggers, trigger response. So trigger response is equals to await fetch. We're going to say inputs. We're going to pass in the inputs and then the inits. And now once we can get a response now, we can say constant trigger data is equals to await trigger response or JSON. Now we can get constant the workflow and workflow runner ID, which is going to be equals to trigger. Uh, we can just say, let me just say data instead of trigger. Let's say data dot workflow runner ID. So let's make sure this is similar to what we have in this route. Workflow runner ID. Now we have this. Now we're going to then return fetch slash API slash workflow slash chats. Then we're going to pass in ID, and then we're going to pass in the workflow runner ID. And then let's say method. So this we gets. So let's create the get route. Now we can create a get route. So inside the API workflow chats endpoints route. At the top, we can just say export constant get is equals to async. So request dot request and then let's just return. So we can get the search parameter, search params equals to new URL equals to URL. Now we can get the ID. We say constant ID is equal to uh search parameter get ID. Or let's just call this. Let me call this workflow runner ID, and then we can say if not our workflow ID, then we're going to just return say missing workflow runner ID, and then we're going to create a stream. So before we create a readable stream, we are going to need to add the real time from Upstash. So let's just save this and let's head over to the documentation. So let's go into the documentation. Now we've looked at workflow, so let's head over to real time. And then to use Upstash real time, we need to install Upstash real time and Upstash Redux. So Upstash real time uses Redux. So you must provide a Redux URL. We have the Redux token and the URL. So we're going to copy this and let's install both of these. So we already have stored. We just install the real time and the Redux, and then we can get the Upstart Redux URL and token. So let's head over to the documentation, sorry, the code editor, and let's open the terminal. So I'll just open a new terminal, clear this, and let's install. So make sure you first of all just install 1.0.0, and then we're going to install 1.36.0, and then remove this load, and let's wait for this to install. So now this has installed. Let's head over to documentation and let's see what we're going to do next. So we need to get the Upstash URL, this URL. So let's head over to this and let's create a new Redux. So I'll click on to log in, click on Redux here, then click on create a database, and I'll just give it flow AI, and then just select any primary region, and then let's click on next, and then select the free version, and click on next, and then let's just click on create. So this is going to create, and then we can click inside and let's move into it. And let's wait for this load. So let's scroll down, and this is what we need. So let's copy this. So I'll copy it and let's get over to the code and let's go into the env. So I'll paste it into my env. So let me just paste it here. And then once we paste it, let's head over to the documentation. And let's say the next thing we're going to do, go over to the documentation. We need to scroll, we need to add the Redux. So we can copy this, and then we're going to also add the real time. So I'm going to also copy, we're going to also copy both of them. So I'll just copy both of them, and then let's head over to the code, and then let me close the terminal, and let's go into the lib folder and let's create a file. So I'll create realtime.tx. Now I'm going to paste the real time on. So let's paste this. Then at the top here, I'm going to let me remove this Redux. I don't need it. I don't need to create a new file, so I'm going to use it inside here. So let me paste the Redux example. Sorry, the Redux example will copy from the documentation. So let me move this to the top. Now we have what we need. So I'm going to change this. We're not going to use notification. So let me paste it here. So we're going to be using workflow chunks, and let me import UI message chunk from AI SDK. So now we have the Redux and we have the real time, so we can be able to use this inside the get request endpoint. So head over back into the chat route, and then let's use it here. So we're going to import it. So we're going to say constant channel is equals to real time. So import real time from the lib, and we're going to say dot we're going to say channel, and then we're going to pass in the workflow runner ID. So now we are going to create a stream. We say stream is equals to new readable stream, and I will say async. Async starts controller, and then here we're going to say constant encoder is equals to new text text encoder. Now we can await channel dot subscribe. So we're going to subscribe to the event, and as you know, the event is workflow. This same what we have here, the schema we have here. We're going to say um workflow dot chunk like this. So we are going to then point to history. You can point history to true if you want. Then we have on data, and this is where we're going to get the events, the data, and also you can also get the channel if you want. And this data is going to be sent to the client side. So I'm going to say control encode, enqueue like this. And then we need to convert this to, so I'm going to say data, I'll say JSON dot stringify data like this. So we convert to string, and then we are going to say data if data dot type is equals to finish, then controller dot close. So we close this. Now this is it. So now let's say here we're going to say request dot and signal dot add event listener abort. So let me close this. Then we say controller dot close. So I need to move this. I'm gonna move this here like this. So controller dot close here. So then we need to return the stream. So say return new stream like this. And let's pass the header content type text event stream. And then let's close this. So we are done with the get endpoint, and this is going to connect to the transports here, and this is going to send. So let's use this inside the use chat hook. So let's go into component workflow chat panel now. So we're going to replace this with this function. So let's just say let's import this. So this is okay. Now we are going to just going to so once the use chat is going to call this, and then we're going to once it's complete, we're going to then call this endpoints down. The use chat is going to keep on listening to it's keep on going to listening for this. So anytime we send message, anytime we send a response, we are going to it's going to be added to the message list, and then we can display it in this channel uh, chat panel or this conversation list here. So we are done with this. So the next thing we're going to work on is the post request, the actual workflow. Sorry, the actual workflow. We've now worked on this. So we're going to get the messages from the trigger. So remember, once we call the trigger endpoint, we are passing the messages to the body, to the API workflow chart, which is a post request. And then this is going to get the message. And then we're going to also fetch the node and edges from from the database. And then we're going to create a file called execute workflow. So let's get that here. So now to get the body inside this workflow, the serve function from Upstash workflow, we can use the context. So we can say constant is equals to context. So I'll just quickly change this to ctx. So it's shorter. So it's ctx dot request payload, and then I can just say as, and then we're going to say messages. So let me get messages from here, and then I'm going to just set this to messages, which is of type UI message from AI SDK, and it's a list. So now we have the messages. Now let's get the um, workflow runner. So we can say constant workflow runner. So I'll say this is equals to, you can say context dot workflow runner, and then we also need constant dot we also need the channel the channel we are going to pass it to the execute workflow, also with the workflow runner ID. Then we are going to say constant message is equals to messages or message length dot -1 to get the user message. Then we can say constant user um user inputs. I don't know whether we should even get the user inputs, but let's just get to say a message dot row is equals to user, and message dot path index 0 dot type is equals to text. Then say message like this. So we have the user input. Now we are going to get uh we're going to fetch the node from database. We can use the runner, this context runner, to get the node and edges. So I'll just call this fetch um database, fetch data from database or fetch from database. Then we're going to get response from this. So here we're going to say workflow data is equals to await Prisma. So let's import Prisma. So let me add async here. So let's import Prisma. So let me import Prisma from at lib Prisma. And I'll say dot and workflow dot find. Let's say where. So we need to also pass in the workflow ID. So I forgot. We need to pass in the ID of the workflow from the client side. So let's head over back to the trigger route. So now from even here, we're going to start from the transports. And we're going to pass in, let's make this workflow ID. So let's also pass it to the body. So yeah, we're going to pass workflow ID. So let me go into let's go into component chat panel. And remember we passed in the workflow ID here, so I'm going to also pass it. Now inside the trigger endpoint, a trigger route, we're going to get workflow ID, and let's pass it here. Now we have it. Let's go into the chat route, and then we're going to get workflow ID. So let me just set this to string. So now we can pass it here to get the workflow. So now if we have this, let me say if not workflow data, let's throw error. Now we can say constant object is going to be equals to JSON. We're going to convert the string to we're going to pass the string to JSON. We can say workflow data dot flow object. Now we're going to say constant node is equals to object dot node as the node type from we have flow. So we're going to say constant edges is equals to object dot edges, and let's import edges. Let's also go ahead and import the nodes, and then we're going to return both of them. Say return nodes and edges. So now we can get the nodes and edges here. So now we have everything we need for the next step, which is the workflow execution. So let's say workflow execution, and then we also need to add async here. So let me just add try catch here, and then I'm just going to throw the error. Now we're going to create a function. I'm going to call this execute. Oh, sorry, execute workflow, and this we're going to pass in the nodes, the edges, user input, messages, the channel, and also the workflow runner. Sorry, the workflow runner ID, not workflow ID. Like this. So so now we are going to work on this. So I also want to quickly add this so we don't forget. Once deploying this to Vercel, from the documentation, we need to add quick start. Sorry, Q start here. We need to use crystal clients. Remember, we also did that inside. We also did it inside the trigger endpoint. We added this protection bypass. We also need to also do that here too. So to do that here, we're going to say crystal clients. Crystal client is equals to new client, and then we need to import. Sorry, this should be like this. We need to import this from uh, import client from Upstash crystals. So we need to import that from there. Now, here we can just say token. It's a process dot and qstar token. So let me confirm in the env. Do we have it? Yes, we have it. Then we need to also pass in the same header we have here. So I'll copy this and then I'm going to pass it here. So that is okay. So let's go and create the function for the execute workflow. So I will close everything and let's go into the folder. You can put it anywhere you want. You can create it inside here. but I really want to create it inside this. So I'm going to open this workflow I have in the leaf folder. I'm going to say execute workflow.txt. So now let's do it here. So I'm going to import edge and also node, and let's also import UI message. So now we are going to first of all and check if we have the start node. Remember, the start node is what starts the the workflow. So we're going to, inside the console, we're going to run the start node first. So let me do that here. So I'll say constant and start node. So let me first of all import this execute um, workflow. So I'll import it, and then I'll say start node is equals to node. We are going to find node dot type dot. Sorry, this should be, we use node type in dot start, and then we say if not start node, then let's throw an error like this. So now we have the execute workflow. Now we also need each execute executor file for each of the node. So inside here we are going to loop through the nodes, and then we're going to execute uh, each of the nodes. So each of these nodes we have another file which we're going to call executor, and we are going to implement all of them, and they are going to also return response in each of the file. So I don't know if I should put it here or I should put it inside the workflow. I should create a custom node inside there and have all the executor file for uh, each of the custom node, or we can just have it inside here. So I will just do it the way I feel like I'm doing it. I will just add it inside each of these node. But if you don't want to add it inside the component folder, you can easily create a custom. We can call it custom node executor inside here, and then we can then implement. You can then use it inside this file. So I'm just going to do it. So the first thing we're going to do before we implement it, we need to go into the node config, and let's set the same way we have the node type. We are going to, and the node config base, the node config. We are going to also have for the node executor. So let's do that here. So I'm going to do the node executor. Let me do it here. So say exports constant node underscore executor is going to be equals to. So for now, it's going to be empty. And then we're going to also create the function similar to what we did get node config. We are going to also do it for the node executor. So let me just pass the uh, let me just say oh um let me just say node executor. Yeah. So yeah, I'm going to say export constant. So I'll call this get node executor. So type, and then we're going to say constant executor node executor dot type. Currently it's empty, I know. So I'm just going to say as key key of key of type of let's just leave this for now. Um, let me remove. Let me check what I did here. The type, and I'm just going to copy. Let's just forget about the error. So just copy this. And let me just paste it here. So I'll say if not executor, I'll just want to throw an error. So let me throw an error here. I'll say throw error. No, let me point no executor found for node type. Node, then we're going to return the executor. So let's create the start node executor. Actually, the start node executor is not even required because we're not going to use it. I'm just adding it here because of the type. Yeah, we're not going to actually use it. So I'll just create it for now. So executor.tx, and then let's write export constant. Sorry, export async function, and I'm going to call this execute start. Let's call it execute start node. And then let me import. Let's just write node, then let's import node. So import node from React Flow React. Then we're also going to pass in the context. I'm going to let's create a type for that. So uh inside inside the root folder, I'm going to say types, and let me create workflow.tx, and then I'm going to paste it. So the types we're going to have executor context type. Now this is going to take in the output, the history, workflow, runner ID, the channel, and the output is going to be an output, and this is going to be any. So don't worry, we're going to look at it once we connect the start node, we're going to write this out. So let's just go into the start node, and let's just import execute context type, and then let's just return. So we're going to return output. I'll say input context dot output node dot id. So I think I'm making a mistake. Yeah, dot input like this. So don't worry about this. We're not going to actually we're going to even skip the start node. I'm just using this for the node config. Sorry for the node config here. Node executor. So we have all of the node listed out here. So we can have the let's import node type enum dot start, and let me remove all of this. Sorry, let's just importing this inside the lib folder might be wrong. But let's just quickly just move everything inside the custom. Let me just move it and say custom execute like this. So custom executor. So I'm going to just come inside start. Let me call this out. So it's better do everything the right way. So I'm just going to paste it inside here, and I will change this to start. Maybe start node executor, and then here I can just import it. Why this is okay. So this is still showing some error. So let me fix this. I'm just going to add the key of type of node executor and then the error should stop. So now we have this now. Let's go into the execute workflow so we can be able to see and structure the context which we define the type inside the workflow.txt. So this context. So I'm going to do that here. So what we're going to do, we're going to say constant context. So the context is going to be of type execute context type. So let me import the type from a workflow type. And then here we remember we are going to pass the output record or string and any. So I don't each of the node has different outputs. So writing out the output, if you really want to write out the all the output, you can write it. So we're going to say output is going to be an object, and then we're going to say start node dot id. So this is the reason why I say we didn't need the executor for the start node because we already have it in the output here. So we already have it in the output. So let's also pass in history. So the history is what we're going to send to the AI agents, to the AI model, sorry. And then we need to also pass in the workflow run. We are going to use this for the ID. Sorry, for each of the real time, we're going to pass in the workflow ID to the client side. So we're going to also pass in the channel, which we're going to use to send to emit data to the client. So now we've structured the context. Now you can see that we actually does not need the execute and start. But don't worry, we can just leave it there. So everything, but we're going to exclude the output from updating the output. So there's no need because even the if we go into the start node execute, I think it also need the output to get the input. So it said it's not needed. So so the next thing we are going to do is to create the executor for the agent. Then once we create the agent, we can go ahead and start working on the for loop to loop through the nodes. So let's just create this inside here. Let's say agent node executor, and let's implement that here. So I also wanted to let you know that inside the execute workflow, so the output, oh sorry, I made a mistake here. This should be moved out like this. Then the error should stop. So the output, if you remember, inside the mention input, if I go into the component inside the mention input, um, we are set. You can set the list of you can set um a particular node ID dot input. So this is going to be if I go into the node config. And then if I scroll down to where we have the node config now, remember we had this input values. I think it's the output.text. Okay, here we can see output.text here. So remember to set the start node, the start output inside the agents mention input inside the system prompt or system input, we are going to use agents like this agent dot output dot text. If it's for start, we have the start id dot input. This is exactly what we are doing in the execute workflow. So you can see we are having the start node dot id. Now we also have the input. With this, we can replace this. We can replace anywhere we have this inside anywhere we have this inside the input or inside the input, we are going to like the instruction or the find I think the see the variable. Yes, the variable. We can replace it with this the node ID or the node ID and the input, or for instance the agent's own is an output dot text or output dot the the output, the response schema, stuff like that. We are going to just replace it. So don't worry, we are going to look at that inside the agent executor. Inside the agent executor. So let's go into the execute workflow. Let's go back into the agent executor. So I'll just copy what I have here inside a start node executor, and I'm going to paste it here. So yeah, I'm going to just change this to agents. So now for the agents, let's go into the config again. Now let's look at what we have in the agent. So inside the agents data, remember we are adding this input inside the agent inside the node data. If I go into route workflow common node canvas, I think it's okay. Sorry, not here. If we scroll down to where we have the create node, you can see that we are passing the config input inside the data. So now we are going to be able to use this to get the instruction, the model, the user select, the tools, and the output format, and also the response and schema. And the response schema, I think this we have like I didn't even add the example here. Um, so let's just go and do it. Let's go into the agents. No, let me just remove this output for now. Then the first thing we're going to do is to get the let's get the outputs. So outputs, and then we get the channel and also the history from the context. So remember, this is coming from inside the execute workflow. We are going to pass in the context inside the agent, inside the nodes. So let's go back into the agents node executor. Now we need to also get the data from the node. So inside the node config, where we had the default values here like this, I can copy this inputs here, or I can call it data. Then head over to agents node executor.txt at agents node executor. Then I can just say constant. I'll just paste it inside there and say equals to node dot data. And I can just set it to as any. If you want, you can put the type. So I'm going to remove label. We don't need label. What we need is the instruction. We need the model. So let me just move the model down. And then we need the output format. We can just set default to text. It's fine. Then for the tools, uh, the response schema, we can just leave it like this. And then for the tools, I'm just going to call this selected tools. I'm going to rename this then. I'm going to also rename this to selected model like this. So we have the node data. Now what we want to do now is to replace the instruction. Remember in the if we go into the agent node inside the inside the agent settings, inside the mention input, you can easily write you can write the parentheses, and then you can put in the start node ID dot input. So with this, we want to replace this with the actual input. And to do that, remember um, in the execute workflow, we have the output. We already have the start node ID. This is also known as the start node ID dot input. So we want to replace anywhere we have this. We're going to get this the start node ID, and this is going to give us the input. Then we are going to replace this with the with this uh, variable. So to do that, we're going to be using a package which is going to help us to replace it with the actual data from the context. So let me go into execute workflow, execute, sorry, the agent node executor, and then I'm going to say constant replace instruction is going to be equals to, we're going to create a function, we're going to call it replace variables. Yes, we're going to pass in the instruction and also the output. So let's create this function. Let's go into the helper.txt and let's say export constant replace variable. And then let me just change this to okay, let's use a template, and then we can just say variable if you want, like this. I think this is okay. So let's go ahead to the browser and let's look at the package. So the name of this package is mustache.jx. So you can see, let's scroll down, you can see how it's done. So you can define something like this, and then you have to render. If you come over, okay, yeah, I think this is okay. This is the same thing. Mustache.render. So you're going to render the title. It's going to mustache render is going to replace the title with Joe, and then replace the output from this calculate, yeah, and also then you can see that we are passing the view here, which is the actual object. So we are passing the actual string with the variable in it, like a templating inside the string, and then with this object we can replace it. So this is going to replace all of this and templates with the actual data from the object. So you can just come over to this and read more. So let's just go and install this. So I'm going to go into my code editor and let's install the same version. So I'm going to put my terminal. I'm going to say npm, sorry. So let's install this version 4.2.0. Let's click on enter. So this is going to install this package for us. Now we are going to use it inside this helper function here. So let's wait for this to install. So now it has already installed the package, so we can just import it from here. And let's check this. Okay, we need to also install the type. So I'll copy this and let me paste it here and let's install the type. So I really want to install the version 4.2.6. I think that's what I added here. Okay, it's 4.2.6. Let's click on enter. So this is going to install the types with the version I want to use. So this should work. Let's wait for this to install. So now it is done. So let's go here into the helper.cxs, and now let's return. Let's use it dot render and then pass in templates and variables. You can change this to data if you want. So that's it. So now we can go into agent node and let's import this function. Now we have the replace instruction. Now this is going to have the uh, any of the data, any of the templating you've added into the instruction is going to replace it. So now the next thing we need now is the output format. So remember, if I go into agent, we have this JSON schema. So inside the JSON schema, remember this is how we set uh, the output when the user select JSON. So we have type object, title, response schema, and then the property props. So props is just the the name, the name of the property and the field. The field contain the type description. So we don't really need all this, but this is the main thing here, the type. So let's go into settings, and that's what we did here. If you scroll down to the bottom where we where we place in the output format. You can see the response schema here, and also we pass in the response schema, and this is where we pass in the response schema. So I think that is it. So let's just go and install a package we are going to use to convert it, because we're going to be we're going to be passing this output schema to the AI agents. We are going to be using AI SDK, and AI SDK require just Zod and schema. So what we are going to do is to convert this response schema. Let me go up. You're going to convert this response schema into JSON. Sorry, into Zod. We're going to convert it into Zod. So let's just go into the agent node executor. And there we are going to first of all check if this output format is a text. If it's a JSON, then we're going to convert it. So what I'm going to say constant JSON object or JSON output. If JSON output is equals to JSON, and then I will need to also and the response. Sorry, let me set this properly. And the response schema, and the response schema is not null. You remember in the node config, if I go into node config, the default value is null. So we're going to say if it's not null, then we are going to open a parenthesis, and then we're going to say output like this. Then we're going to point into, sorry, output. So we're going to import outputs from AI SDK. So you can see from AI SDK, so we can be able to pass this into the the AI SDK, uh, the stream text function. So this will force the AI to return objects. So so now we have it. We're going to say dot object, and now we can pass in the schema, and the schema is a response schema, but we need to convert this into a proper schema. Currently we don't have it, so let's go to the browser and let's install the package. So if we head over here, let's come over, search in npm method from JSON schema, and then if we scroll down, we can see how to set the JSON schema, and then we can just pass it to convert JSON schema to sort. Then you can use it to validate whatever you want. So you can see you've seen where we had it. We had a type, object, property, name. And you remember we had the property and we have the key, which is the f dot head dot name, which we define in the JSON schema component. So you define a key, then we set in the type. You can also set in minimum length and maximum length, all of this. But currently we just had already the key and the type. So let's install this package. So I'm going to go into my code editor and let's install this version. So I'm going to paste it. So let's install 0.5.2. So let's install it. So it has installed. So I'm going to import this from the package. Let me just import it there. And then we can just say convert JSON schema to Zod. And I think we can just set this to undefined like this. Yeah. So now we have the JSON output. Now we are going to be able to pass this inside. You're going to pass this to the AI stream text from AI SDK. So now we're going to create a function. This will give us results, and we're going to call this stream agent. So this is going to be an action. So I'll call it action, stream agent action, and then we're going to pass in the model. We're going to pass in instruction, which is going to be replace instruction. Then I think we set selected model. So I think I can also come over here and let's say model is equals to selected model, and let's pick any or the first model from the model list inside the constant. and then we can pass in the model here. So we're going to also pass in the history. Let's also pass in JSON output and also the selected tools. So once we get the response, we are going to check if the output is format is equals to JSON. So if it's equals to JSON, sorry, we are going to use try catch error here. And then we can get the, so let's just implement this extreme action agent action first. Then we'll come over to return the output. So let's just go, let me close all of this. Now let's go into app and let's create a folder called actions. And let's call this workflow, or let's just call it action.tx. Sorry, executes workflow.tx. Okay. Let's set this to use server. Save this. Then let's say exports async function stream agents action. So we need to also get a history. So history is going to be of type U, not any UI message array, a list of UI messages. Then we're going to get the JSON output. We can just set this to any for now. Let me add comma here. Then we can also pass in selected tool. So selected tools. And there we can just see selected tools. This is going to be an array. So we have only two tools currently. We have, if we go into the constant, we have the web search tool and then the MCP servers. So we're going to have this one first. I'm just going to copy. We're going to just say, I think we're going to pass in. So let me go into the node config. So let's go into the component agents workflow node custom node agents. Then if we go into settings, I think it's inside settings when we are setting the tools. So if I go click on tools, so we are passing the type and the value here. That's what we're passing. So we're going to set type and value. Also for the MCP server, I think we are also doing the same thing too. Let me check. Tools. Yeah, that's it. So let's just let's go back into the action and let's just pass in. This is going to be type. Let me just do like this. Let me make an object and I'm going to say type. So guys, this should not be objects. It should be let's use the arrays, okay? Then I'm going to say type. We're going to have native, and this is going to have value, yeah, of type string. Then we can say this can be or NCP server, something like this. So NCP server we just have an array of tools. For now, just keep it as empty array for now. So this should be tools, not two. It's similar to what we have in the constants. You can see we have tools here. So, and that's what we're going to pass from the agent setting. So now this is complete. So let's just, now we can say constant model messages. So we're going to convert these messages into model messages, and this is coming from this is required for by AI SDK. So we're going to say await convert to model messages, and we're going to pass in history like that. Then we can get the tools. So we're going to say tools for now is going to be equals to, let's just call this record, type of record, string any, which is going to be an object. And then for now, we don't have any, we're going to say native tools. So we're going to loop through the native tools, and then we're going to add the tools here. Currently, if we look at the constants, we are just only setting the ID here. We are not actually setting it to the actual and to web search function. So we're going to be using a package for the web search function, the to handle the web search. So I'm just going to say for, let's do constants 2, and then we're going to filter selected 2 that matches the native type. And then I just want to make sure I say if 2 of value is equals to web search. So it should be similar to what we have here. And then we are going to then set the tools dot web search. This is going to be equals to the actual. For now, we don't have the two. Let me just let me comment this out for now. We don't have the tools. So we're going to go and we're going to use a package. So let's just go ahead and implement this. So I'll just go to AI SDK documentation. And if you go over to AI SDK, so go back to SDK, click on tool registry. So once you click on this, we have the extra for web search, we have publicity search, we have Firecore and stuff. So I prefer this. I'm going to click on this too, and then we need to install this package, and then we need to provide the API key, and this is how to use it. You just import the package, and then we're going to just uh you're going to call the web search tool. So let's go to this website and get the API key. So just go to elsa.ai and then log in. Once you sign into your account, you will need to create an API key. So just click on API key here and then click here to create a new. So I'll just say flow AI and then click on create. And this is going to create the API key for you. And then you can just copy this. And then let's head over. So now we need to go over to the document to the code editor and let's pass this in the env. And then let's go into the env. So I'll go into my env and I'm going to pass it. Yeah, so just pass the env key. Now let's install the package. So let's install it on installing 1.0.5. So let's click on enter and this should install XLabs here SDK. So let's wait for this to install. So I think it's on error. Let me try and install a different version. So I'm going to remove the version. So we're going to look at the version I install. So something is wrong. Let me look at it. So the problem is conflicting with the AI SDK. So I had to change my AI version to 6.05, but it still wants me to change it to 5.083. But I still want to use 6.05 because that's what I tested with. So what I did, I'm going to just first and install this. You can go over to AI SDK. They have other and tools, other and tools you can use like Firecore and others. So I'm just going to force and install this, and this is not the best way. Or you can downgrade the AI if you want. Let me just use it like this. So I'm going to go back into my execute workflow in the action, and here I'm going to import it. So let me just paste it here. Now we can use it here, so I can enable this, and there I can just see this is going to be equals to web search. So we're going to call this like, and let me remove this error should stop. Something is wrong. Oh, so I found the issue. I need to have closed this here. So now let's define a system prompt. So I'm going to paste this. Yeah, we can do like this. You and execute flow, and then so let me change the one I have. So this is it. You enable assistant upon only response to user must receive a message. You must follow the instruction. So I also want to let the agents know the tools we have. So I can say constant tool list is equals to object dot entry tools, and then let's say the map, and then let's get name, which is going to be like this, and then we'll say dot join, and there we can just pass it here. We can say if tool list, if tool list, let's say available tools, and then we can say tool list, and then empty string. Let's close and let's say dot stream by this. So we have the system prompt. Now we're going to use the AI and stream text. I'm going to say result is equals to stream text. Let's import that. Yeah, we've imported from AI SDK. Now we need to pass in the model. So we're going to get the model. We're going to be using open router. And let's just for now leave it as empty string. But this is going to be an error, so let's just pass in system, which is going to be system prompt. Then the message is going to be message model. Then we have two. Then for the tools, we are going to say object dot keys to sorry dot length. If it's greater than 0, then we pass in two. Else we just set undefined. Then for the JSON out, so for the JSON out, we are just going to destructure this. So this is going to give us the if we go to agent node executor, we can see the type. The type here is output. So output unknown. So if I hover over JSON output, this will give us output unknown and then the undefined. So typically what this will do is just set output here, and you can see we have output, and this output require you to pass in the um require the output from AI SDK. You see output.object. So since we already have that inside the JSON output, then this is fine. Then we also need to pass in stop when and import stop counts. So this will tell the AI agent can loop through itself, because we are going to we are providing tools, so we need the AI agent to loop through its own response and give us the final output by calling the tools and then looking at the results from the tools before returning a response to us. Then so once the agent is done, we need to say sorry, we need to return results here. So now we are done with the AI. So okay, we've we didn't pass in the open router. So let's go ahead and get the open router. So inside the lib folder, I will just create the file as open router.txt, and then we're going to go ahead and get the API. So let's go into AI SDK, click on provider, and if you scroll down, we can see we should be able to see open router here. So let me look here. We should see open router. And here it is, you can click on open router, and then you can see you need to install this package from AI SDK provider, and then we need to use it like this and pass in the open router API key, and then you can pass in the model which the user selects. Then you can just simply use it like this, open router chart, and pass in the model, and it works. So let's go to open router. So come over, so try and log into your account, and then go to key, and then you can just quickly click here to create a key. So I already have a key, but let me just create a new one. Say flow AI, and then just click on create, and this will give you the key. You can copy it and let's use it. So let's just go back into AI SDK and see how to define the API key. Okay, we can point it here and then copy this. So let's go ahead into our code, and let me go into env and let's paste it here. So I'm going to just pass, I'm going to pass my open AI key. So let me go into the open router.txt, and then let's paste it here. So make sure, okay, we've not installed the package. So let's install it. So make sure we install this version 1.1.5.4, and let's click on enter, and then this should install the package for us. So again, conflict issue. So let me try and remove this 1 point, the package version. So all of them are giving issues. So I'm going to just force it to the version that I use for now. So let's wait for this to install. So now it has installed. Now we can make use of this. I can copy open router, then go straight into the action, execute workflow action, and then let me here we have the model. We can just say open router. Let's import it. Sorry, let's import it from lib.chart. Sorry, not model, not core, chart model like this. So we are done with it. So let's head over back to the, so let me change this to agent execute, agent action. Sorry guys, let me change it to agent action, agent.tx. This is fine. So let's go straight into execute, custom execution. Then inside the agent node executor, then let's import the string, the stream agent action. And now we have the result. Now we are going to get the output. So we can get the text. We say text is equals to response dot text. So like this, result dot text. If we hover over video, it's coming from stream text results, and then we can just say return as usual output, and then we just say JSON dot PS text. And then if there's any error, we can just throw new error. We can say failed to PS output, and then we can just console the log the error here. So now we have handle for JSON. Now we're going to also handle for the text. So we can also go straight to, let's go straight to the documentation for AI SDK, and then I'm going to go to docs, and then I'm going to go to generate text, and then If I scroll down to the output for stream text, you can see we can say a text part of results.textstream, and this is going to return the text part. And if we scroll down to see what the text parts are, so if I scroll to the bottom, now we can see the parts we have the start, the parts of type we have the start, we have start step, we have text start. So this is what is holding the text and text delta. Then we have text end, we have file, we have two core, we have bunch of all of them. We have two input delta, two inputs end, and then all of this. And now to have a custom um let's go and use this. Sorry guys, let's just go and use this. So below here, so I'm going to paste this copy from the documentation. Now we can say text part of result the text string. Now we also need to set the full text here. This is going to be an empty string. Now we are going to stream this. We're going to stream the output from the AI to the client side. So we're going to use the switch statement like we saw. Then I'm going to say text parts.type. Why is it trying to I'll wait. So I'll say switch again, and then I say text parts.type, and this is trying an error. Type does not exist. Sorry, I'm not going to use text string. I'm going to use full string, and the error should still appear. So if I hover over type, you can see a file error, uh, business stream, and to approval raw and others. Now here we're going to say if text delta, you can see that we have text start, text end. We don't care about text start, don't care about text end. What we need is the actual text. So this is the type, and then we're going to use full text dot plus equals to text part dot text, and this is going to pass it, save it here. You can also change this to chunks. So let's just leave it like this. Or let me just change this to chunks. It's better since in the real time we save it as chunks. Let's just see. So inside, if I go to realtime.txt, you can see we pass in chunks here. So now we're going to stream. We need to stream this to the client side. So I remember we are using the real time from Upstash. So we're going to use the channel which we pass inside the agents, um, inside the context. You can see channel. So we can use channel to emit the event. And to emit the event, we need to define it like this. So let me scroll down. So I'll say await channel dot emit, and then we need to pass in, since we define workflow and chunk, then we need to use workflow dot chunk. So I'm going to go here and say workflow dot chunk like this. So now we need to pass in the data. So to pass in the data, we need to make sure we pass exactly what the AI use chat require. So if we go into components inside the chat, so let me go not here, inside the workflow folder chat, and then if we go into index.txx, so we're not index channel.panel, we are using the use chat hook, and this require the type the okay. So if I scroll down here, we can see that we are doing a switch statement for part.type. Now you can see on the client side, this type are converted to UI message, so we can use text. Then we need a custom type. So we know this is coming from our workflow. And to add a custom uh, and type in AI SDK, we can simply just do it like this. So I'll go into my agents node executor. So I'll set type. So instead of text, we need to say you must pass in data, then pass in the type. I'll say workflow node like this. So you must pass in data to send custom type to the client side. So we are going to also pass in an ID, and now we can pass in our data. So for data, I'm just going to say ID node ID because we need it so dot ID. Then we also need the node type, which is node dot type. Then I can also we also need the node name. I'll say node dot name. Then for status, we also need status. I'll just say loading, or you can call it streaming if you want. I'll just keep it as loading. Then I can set uh distribute data dot I think it's the name I use. I think I use label. Yes. So let me remove this. Then we are going to also pass type. I'm going to say the type is text delta. Then output, we're not going to use chunk text. We're going to use the full text like this. So now we have we are sending the text we're sending the text down to the client side if the result coming from the AI is a text. Now we need to also handle for tool call. Remember in the action agent.txt we pass into, so we need to also handle for tools. So I'm going to say case dot tool call, then we can say uh emit channel emit the same thing. So the reason we are adding this ID again is because since we are streaming this, we're going to be getting the data chunk by chunk. So we don't want to always have uh, multiple data coming from the backend, coming from the agent node. So with this ID, the AI SDK use charts we replace that particular data with this data we have already passing with this because of this ID we passing it. So the ID must be unique, and we are using the node ID because we know the node ID is unique to each node. So we're going to also have for tuple. So I'll say ID node.id. Then we can pass in data. So I'll do the same thing here because we need to show the name and the type on the client side. So I'll just paste it here. Then status loading type tuple, and then we're going to have output. So I'm going to say full text and tuple like this. Tuple we just say name dot to name. I don't think we need the output here because this is not text. So let me comment that out. So we just need the two call. So we are going to show the tool that was executed. So let's just define that. And then let me just say break here. And after this, we can collapse this now and send the results. We can return this. We're going to say return output text and the full text like this. So that's it for the agent node, the AZ node executor. Now we can use this inside. Let's start working on the executor workflow. So, or should we work? Let's also implement the if else. So let's just quickly implement the if else, and after the if else and the end, and then that is all. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to create a file for that. So let's go ahead and create the if else executor. So let's go into the workflow custom executor and let's create. So before we create this, let's go into node config. And then we forgot to pass uh the agent and then the executor, sorry, executor agent node, executor agent node, or call it any name you want. So once you pass that, let's go ahead and create a file. So I'll say if else. So let me use if else like this. I'll say executor dot cx. So yeah, we're going to also do the same thing we did in the agents executor. We're going to say export async function. So let me bring this down and let me close this. So we're going to pass in node. We are going to also pass in, sorry, not workflow context. This is going to be execute context type, and then let's import node from React Flow. So X React Flow. Now we need to go into the if else node. So say if else, and let me search for node. Then click on if else, and then let's copy this type, and let's also paste it here. So now we're going to get the output, the constant output. Sorry, is equals to context. So I made a mistake. Now we can get conditions. This is going to come from the data. We say node dot data dot conditions as condition. I'm going to say empty array. Now we need to look through. We need to check. Say if not array dot is array. So let me just use only array. Then I'm just going to throw an error. Say condition must be in array. Then we need to look through. We need to look through the conditions. So this is an array. So say for let I equals to 0, then I is less than condition dot length I plus plus. Now we need to check. So currently, if you go into components, workflow, custom node, if else, and then node, you can see that we have the conditions, and then we also have the else here. So what we are going to do, we are going to skip condition and no value there. We're going to say constant condition, then we get the condition. Now we're going to say if not, then we're going to, let me bring this down, and then if condition value is undefined, then let's, sorry, let me, there's no need to open it. I'll just say continue. So this is going to skip if this is not a valid condition. Now we are going to say constant, we're going to get the variable, and then we're going to replace it. So replace variable, we're going to pass condition variable and the output. So I don't think for the value we need to pass, I don't think we're not passing any variable to the value. So I'll just leave this out. So I can say value is equals to condition dot value. like this. Now we need to check if the value passed is a string. So if it's a string, we need to wrap this in a quote. Else, if it's not a string, we need to just leave it like that. So I'm going to create a helper function. Let me do that here. So this is going to check if this value is it's going to check, it's going to help us to check if this does not have a quote. So I'm just going to, and also it's not a number. Sorry, it's a number. It's not a number. Sorry. Then I'm going to paste it here. So you can see check if value does not already start and end with a quote. So this is the reason why this is required for the package we are going to use to evaluate the condition that we are passing. We're going to use a package to do that. So we need to make sure the value has, if it's a string, we're comparing the variable, which is we're trying to compare a variable with the value. We need to make sure the value is a string, and this is all required by the package. So we're going to look at the package we're going to install, but just write this out, and then we're going to use it to check. So we're going to say if, sorry, not if, constant variable expression is equals to, we can say if need quoting, if need quoting, we're going to pass in value, then let's just say just saying stringify and pass in, sorry, variable. We're going to do for both of them. So I'm going to say variable, then else we're going to pass the variable. We're going to switch for value. So just the same thing. Now we're going to merge both of them. We're going to say constant expression is equals to uh, variable expression, then the condition dot operation and the value expression. So now we're going to, let's add try catch here. And now let's install the package. So let's go to our browser. So let's just use it. So this is just a simple example. Let's say just pass 2 times 2 plus 1 like this. So that's pretty simple. So let's just go back to the code and let's install it. So I'm just going to paste the package and then use this function 2.0.2 and then let's hit install. So this should install. So what happened is that it showed the conflicting error. So I just added this and I just force it to install. And then let me go into and import the package. So just import Piazza from the package we install. And then here we're going to use it to evaluate the uh this expression here. So we're going to say constant partial, new partial, and then we're going to say results Piazza evaluate expression. Now we are going to say if results, then we're going to return output, output, and we're going to say results. We can say result true, but this is the most important part here. It says selected branch. Selected branch is going to be, we're going to say condition like this. Sorry, it's going to be like this. So where do we get this? If you go to the let's go into if else node.txt, and if you look at the condition here, remember we had this ID. So this should be condition. Yeah, condition.index here. Remember we pass in this ID here in the base. This is going to be added to the edges. So we are going to use this to know which of the branch we are going to redirect the workflow. We're going to direct the workflow to. So this is what we're going to pick out. So let's not make any mistake here. So now we can just catch the error. I'll just say console.log error. I'll say condition error, and then I'll just say throw new error like this. And they say evaluating error, but I'll just remove this. This is fine. Now let's return. So if we are done with this, we're going to then return. So we're going to return output, and this is going to be result false, and then selected branch is going to be else. So if we go into not config, if else, so let me go, yeah, node.tx. Now if you scroll down, you can see the last ID we have here is else. So if we don't have any condition, we're going to just return to else. So let's just go. We're going to use this to inside your if else education. We're going to um, map through the result from sorry, the node and the edges, and then we're going to know which branch we're going to direct the workflow to, if it's going to be else or if it's going to be the condition inside this for loop. So we are done with the if else node executor. So we can just copy this and let's head over into node config. Inside node config, and let's pass it. So I'm still going to enable this. So make sure we enable this. We want to show the start node in the I think, yeah, in the client side. So just enable this, and then I'm going to also pass in if else. Sorry, let me remove this, and then we pass in the if else node, and let's import this. So now we have the if else. So let's quickly also create the end executor. The end executor or txx, sorry, tx. This is going to be pretty simple. So let me just copy the start node executor. I will copy it, then go to end executor, and I'll just paste it here. So the end executor, let me change this to execute end node. And this is going to be pretty simple. We are going to just get and text. We're going to get the value. So if we go into node config, sorry, node config.tx, and scroll down to the node config object, then go to the end, you can see we have value which is going to be in the data, the user imputed. So let me go back to the end executor. Now we can get this and we can just pass in text here like this. So I think we're not using context here. So this is okay. So now we can just pass this, copy this, and let's go into the node config. So node config, yeah, inside the node config, sorry guys. Then scroll to the top and let's add in the node type in on your end, and end node executes end node. Yeah. So I'm going to paste for the HTTP on. I'm going to let her do that. So let's just go ahead and implement the execute workflow. Now we have the node, we have the executor for agents and if else and start. We can go ahead and complete the executor workflow. So we can test it out. So inside the execute workflow, the first thing we want to do, what we're going to do next is to sort the nodes and edges. And we're going to be using topological sort, which ensure each node comes only after all the node that depends on it are done. So we're going to use it to also avoid invalid or cyclic workflow connections or edges. So let's go ahead and install this package. So I'm going to go into my browser, and then we're going to install topological sort, which uses a topological algorithm. So we're going to install this package, and you can look at the example they've given here. and it's useful for any map workflow and stuff. So just make sure to copy the package and let's go ahead and install it. So I'll go back to my code editor and then I'm going to open my terminal and I'm going to paste it with the version. So I'm going to be installing 0.3.0 and let's just install this package. So I'm going to wait for it to install. So now this is still showing some error again. So I've no choice but to force it to install. So let's wait for it. So it has installed the package. So now let's use it here. So I'm going to import it by up here. So now I'm going to create a function for this. I'm going to say export function. I'm going to call it topological, sorry, as topological sort like this. And then we're going to pass in the nodes and edges. So the first thing we are going to do, we are going to say, we're going to call the topological sort, and here we're going to pass in your map like this. Now, let me just call this TS topological sort. Then we are going to also handle exclude. So we want to also exclude some of the nodes we have. We are going to exclude like the comments node, the comment. I think only the comments node we are going to exclude. So I'll just say excluded nodes is going to be of node type. Node type. Let me just quickly import that. And this is going to just be equals to node type enum. I mean import it dot comment. So now let's look through this. So we're going to say nodes dot for each, and we're going to say ts dot add node, and we pass in the node ID and the node. So we're going to also do the same thing for edges, and then we're going to say ts dot add edge, and then we pass in the source and the target. Now we're going to use try catch here, and we're going to implement the sort. We're going to say constant sort map. So let me say sorted map is equals to uh, topological sort dot sort. Then we're going to say constant sorted IDs is going to be equals to an array dot from, and we're going to pass in the sorted map keys. Now we are going to then map this. I'm going to say return sorted IDs dot map ID, and then we're going to find nodes that matches the ID in the sorted array. Then we're going to then filter node, sorry, I would say node type dot type is not equals to undefined, and then we say not excluded. So now we're going to use the excluded node here. So, and this is not excluded dot include node type as node type. Then we are going to only pick the sorted nodes. We're going to only pick this ones here inside here after we've excluded the nodes that we don't want to be in the node, and also the node type that are undefined. So this is going to return the nodes because we've already mapped it and then get the nodes that match with the IDs. Now we are going to throw an error. So we're going to say if workflow contains cyclic or invalid dependency, we're going to just throw an error. So now we have the topological sort. Now we can use it in our execute workflow. So I'll scroll down here. So let's say for each. So sorry, for loop, and we're going to say constant node. Let me get the sorted node here. It's a sorted node is equals to topological sort, and then pass in the node and edge. Then we can say node of sorted node. Now I also want to track node to execute. So this is useful for the conditional node, like the if else block. So we're going to use it to track which node to execute next. So I'll say which node to execute, sorry, node execute. So node to execute. Uh, this is going to just be new set. We're going to use new set, so no duplicates. And this is just going to be of type string. And then I'm just going to pass uh, let me pass start node dot id. So next thing we're going to do here, so below here, we are going to then return. So we're going to return. So if there is branch edge, then we're going to return the branch edge target. Like I mentioned, we're going to return the target where the if else block is pointing to. So if not, if there's no selected branch, then we are just going to just return the target for the outgoing edges. So if there's no branch, then we're just going to return the next outgoing edge in the nodes, sorry, in the edges list. So with this, we can be able to know the next node we are going to run. So just copy this and let's head back. So scroll down to let's go after this if else for the check for the end. So we're going to say we're going to pass the next node. We're going to say next node ID, get next node. So sorry. So we are going to then check if next node dot length is equals to 0, then we are going to end. We're going to stop the workflow. So we're going to copy this and then we're going to pass it here. So this is going to stop. And then we also copy this return. Then I'm going to also pass it here. And then I'm just going to set output. I'll just say workflow stop or no next node to execute, something like this. And then the next thing we are going to do, we are going to then add the next node ID to the node to execute. So I'm going to do that here. I'm going to say node ID for each, then node to execute, we pass in the ID. Then for the catch, we're going to emit any error that occur to the client for uh for each for this inside the strike catch. Sorry guys, inside the strike catch. So inside each of the executor, remember we are throwing some errors here. We want to be able to get the error source stronger. So I'm going to just pass final emit workflow chunk, then the type, the node ID, the node ID name. So let me confirm this is not name. So I'm going to node config and then going to create. And what I set here is label, not name. So this should be label. And then I'll put status error and then pass in the error. Now I can also just let's just throw error like this. Then let's collapse this if block. So if there was no end node, then we can just end the workflow. And let's also return what we had before inside the success through output context. So we are done with the execute workflow. So inside the chart, let me go inside the charts, the API charts.txt, and I hope we call this here. And I think we are done. So we can test, we can be able to test this out to see. So let's go to the client side. So we are done with the backend side. So let's go to the client side. We need to be able to on the client side, we need to be able to find the type. Sorry, we need to be able to find the type for the workflow, not the workflow chunk. Sorry, guys, the data workflow node. So I will go to the client side. Think inside app route workflow. Then sorry, not inside the route. It's inside the component, the chart panel. So yeah, we're looking at text. So we need to also check for data and workflow node, which is the custom type we passed from the executor workflow. So let's say case, then data workflow node. So let's make sure this is similar to what we have here. So no mistake. Data workflow node. I can see I made a mistake in my own. I'm adding workflow node here. Let me make sure I pass the right thing. So let me see workflow node. And then the first one is I made a mistake. So let me quickly check the node to make sure the agents are making a mistake in all of them. Session workflow node. I think that is it. So we didn't have anyone inside here. Let me go ahead and use it inside. So chat panel. So then we're going to let's come over here. Let's get the data. So data is going to be equals to the data we passed inside the execute workflow. If I scroll up, remember we're passing this data, so we're going to get the data. So I'll say path dot data, and I'll just set this to. I'm just going to give this a type string ID. Remember we're passing ID. We are passing the node type. It's going to be type of a node type. Then we are going to pass a node name. Is of type string. Then the status is going to be loading. I think it's complete. Then we are going to also get I think the type. We pass the type text delta. Let me drag this down. Let me confirm this. Let me go into the agents node. Sorry, the agents node. Agent executor, not agents node. Then let me scroll down here. So we have text delta. We have two core. I think that is all. Two core. Um, so let's go ahead into the chat panel. Then we should have two core. So I also forgot one inside the agent, which is called, we have the two core. We need to get the two results. So let's go back into agent node executor. So we have a two core. We need to get a result of the two. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to change this to two results. Then for the two results, we can just say two results core two chunk plus core ID name and results. I think that is all. Sorry, this should be two results. Let me just leave the output. Let me let me also enable the output. So let's check this out. Let's go into the chat panel. Now we are going to have two results. Then output. Then we're going to get the output. So now what we're going to do, we are going to return. We're going to create a component. I'll call this node display. And we're going to pass in a key. So let me just copy this key I have here. So instead of index, I'll just change this to, so I'll just add workflow to make it unique. Then I'm going to pass in data here. So let's create this component. So I'm going to create this component below here. So export constant node display. So let's get data. I think yeah, pass in data. Then we need to define a type. This is not even complete. So what I'll do, let me cut this out. Let's come to the top here. And let's just say type. I'll say type, what should we call it? Okay, let's say node props, node type. Or let me just call it node display type. I'll just paste it here. So for the status, we also forgot we are passing error. Then we have test delta del score and this. Then we also need the inside the agent executor, we are passing two core, and we're also passing the results to results. So we need to get both of them. So I'll go into the chat panel, and I'm going to say, let's say two core, and let us say name string by this. Then we have two results. Let's say name string and results. Let's just get results. So I'll just set this to any. Then we have the output. We also need to get the error. Let's say it's to any. I think everything is complete. So let's just copy this. And let me scroll down. Let me just pass it here. And also I'm going to do the same thing here. So now what we are going to do, we are going to use the node type to get the config, node config, so we can get the ID. I saw the icon of node and also other information from the node config. So I'll say get node config. Let's pass in data dot. Okay, I think I make a mistake here. So data. Okay. So let me just change this into node data type. This is better. So I will just scroll down here and let me change this to node data type. And then here I'll just say type node node display type is going to be equals to data node data type. And then I can copy this and then paste it here. And it should stop. So now we can get the node type. Then we're going to say if not node config. So just return null. So we can get the icon. So say icon is equals to node config dot icon. Then let's get the data. So I'm going to get status output error and two call and then two results. So now let's create a div here. So let's say span. So let's give this a class name of text small and font medium. So say data dot node name. Or we can also use node config dot label. It's the same. So yeah, I'm going to also add loader here. So I'm going to say status is status equals to loading. Then we're going to show a spinner. Then else we're going to say if status is equals to error. Then we're going to show an icon. So let me import this spinner. Then we're going to import alert circle icon from Lucy React. Then let's add a class name text destructive. Let's give this height 4, width 4. Then here we're going to say else icon. Sorry. So let's give this a class name height 4, width 4. So this is the icon from the node config. So now we have this. So let's give this a class name here. Say class name. Let's import cn. So let's say px1, py2, flex item center, gap2. So status is equals to loading. Let's say animate pause. So now the next thing we're going to do, so collapse this. So let's have a div here. So we're going to check to core. If there's a to core or two results, then sorry, let's have a div. So let's just set null here. So let's give it a class name of mx3 my2. Then we're going to say pattern 3. I'm going to say bg muted. I will give this 50. They're rounded, large, border, flex, item center, cap 2. So yeah, we're going to say if it's two results, then let's open a fragment here. Let's import check icon. Let's add class name, exercise 4, text green 500, and let's say span. And let's say class name, text small, and then we can say two results dot name. Why if it's not if it's a two core, we're just going to show a load instance. I'm going to say text. So show me loading from the loader components I have. Like I said earlier, this is going to come from the loader components which I added in the UI folder. So this is going to be available in the GitHub assets. So I'm going to pass in a text here, and I'm going to say calling. I'm going to pass in to core dot name, to core dot name. So I passed in to core name. Okay, this is optional. So let me do optional here, to core dot name. Then I'll just add three dots here. So after this, we're going to say if there's an output, let's say div, let's close the div. Let's give it a class name of px3 py2. And let's import message response from AI elements. And here I want to check if type of output is equals to string. Then let's say output. Else we stringify the output. Stringify output. Let's say no and 2. I think this is complete. So yeah, we're going to also do for we're going to also show the error status is equals to error. Then let's have a div. Let's give it a class name p3 bg destructive text destructive rounded medium. And here we're going to also do tracing stringify error. So we are done with this, and the error should stop. So it's time for us to test this out. So everything is working fine. So let me collapse everything. Let me remove this unused import. And let's go ahead and test this out. So let's head over to your browser. So I'll collapse this and I'll disregard everything. So let's try and preview this. So we also forgot to run the local server for Upstash. So let's go over to your documentation, click on quick start and go to how to, click on local development, and let's copy this command and let's make sure this is running. So I'll go over to my code and I'm going to open my terminal. Yeah, open a new terminal here. And I'm going to paste the command and click on enter. So this is going to run qstart CLI locally. So I'm going to wait for this to run. So it's running and make sure all of this is added to the env like we did earlier on. So I'm going to my env and make sure everything is correct. So the quick start was added and other things. So I'm going to then let's go back to the code, to the browser. And let's go to localhost 3000 and let's click on this. So let me send a message. So I'll say hello, and this is failing. So let's inspect, and let's click on network tab to see trigger is running. So I'm going to say hello again. And we can see trigger is showing 404 error. So let's go and then look at this and make sure this is correct. So I'm going to go over to my code, and then let me go to app API Upstash trigger route workflow charts. This is correct. Upstash trigger. So let me go to my client side. So I'll go into transport. Let me compare this. Okay, I made a mistake. I used C here. So this should be H. The correct spelling is H. So let me rename this to Upstash. So I've changed this to Upstash. I've corrected it. So let's just go. Let's go to the browser. So I forgot something. Let's go back to the code. So let's go to policy. So if we do not pass in the trigger API and the workflow chart, this will require users to authenticate. So I'm going to pass it here. So just say API slash trigger API workflow chart. So this will not be blocked. All of these are public routes. So let's just go ahead and test it after doing that. So let us try to send message again. Let's click on preview, and let me send hello. Let's see if we're going to see the start node. So let's wait. Let's see trigger endpoint. So it has gone through. So it's still loading. So now it should start. We can see the start node, hello, and the agent node is running. Now you can see that this is working, and you can see that this went to the if else result false selected brand else, and there was no end node connected, so that's the reason. So I'll just click on end, and I'll click on save, and let's check. So we didn't add any prompt system prompts. So let's test it again. So I'll say hello. Now we can see that it has started. The agent node is running. So once the agent node complete, we enter to the if else. Now we can see the end node. So this is working very, very fine. So it's working well. So let's go ahead and add some system prompts so we can make an um, actual real workflow like customer service or customer support. So I'm going to change this to classification node, classification agent. And I'm going to give this a system prompt. So I'm going to paste system prompt here. So system prompt is classify the user intent into one of the following category: return item, cancel subscription, pocket information, any device related return requests throughout to return item, any retention or cancellation risks, including any request for discount should route to cancel subscription, any other request should go to get information. So now we are going to then pick text, let's pick Shadcn, and let's add a field, and then I'm going to call this classification, and the type is going to be enum. And for the enum, I'm going to copy the return item, then add comma here. Then I'm going to copy cancel subscription, and I'm going to paste it here. Then the last one is get information. Now let's paste this here. Now we are done with this agent, so let's save changes. So let me close this and save changes. Now we have the classification node. So let's use the if else. I'll just remove this agent node, we don't need it. So for the if else, let me remove this. So we're going to point to classification output, and this should be return underscore item. Now we can add another if block. So let's pick output, and then this should be equal to. Then we are going to also pick the file. So I made a mistake here. This should be underscore. Then here we're going to pass in then cancel subscription. So make sure this is wrapped in a quote. Then the last if check, we are going to say let's pick this. We are going to get information like this, get and also pick equals to. So we are done. So let me save changes. Now I'm going to bring a different agent that handles all of them. So this is going to be a return agent, while this is going to act as a cancel agent, while the last one is going to be the agent to handle general information. So let's change this to return agent. And let's give this a system. So let me place the system point is simple, offer a replacement device with a free shipping. So I'm just going to close this and save changes. So we don't lose make any issue up. Yes, I'm going to select this and I'm going to call this retention agent. So let's write it retention agent. And let's give it a system point. So I'm going to say you are a customer retention conversational agent whose goal is to prevent subscription cancellation. Ask for their current plan and reason for the satisfaction. For now, just say there is 28% off available for 1 year. So let's close this and let's save this. And the last agent is going to general information agent. So let me call this information agent. And this is just going to have system point for the component. So I'm just going to paste a system prompt here. Something's wrong. So we're having some issue here. So I'm going to fix it on no problem. So I say you're an information agent for answering informational query. Your aim is to provide clear, concise response to user question. Use the policy below. So the company name, the policy number, the purpose, plan, device upgrade, just some information about the company, billing and credits, and so on. So I'm going to add a file. I'm going to call it the customer support agent. I'm going to add it to the assets code in GitHub so you can be able to get the all of these prompts. So I'm going to save this. So I think let me save this. So now let's test this out. So I'm going to click on review here and I'm going to say I want to return an item I bought. So let's watch this. So it's going to start, then it's going to go through the classification agent. Then the agent has classified as a return item. Now it's going to, okay, something is wrong. Classification, return, then I went to the else block. So let me look at it. Let's look here. Return item, return underscore item. Yeah. I think the problem is coming from this. So let's go to the code and look at. So the problem is coming from the if else executor. So I am thinking it's coming from yeah. So And this I'm going to also add replace variable for value. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to say trim. Um, let's also trim this too. You might also you can do it like this without this and replace. So there's not any space, and we can console your log your resource. So let me check if there was any error. So okay, so let's go ahead and test it again. So I'll go back to the browser and make sure everything's correct here. So let me click on preview. Then I'm going to say I want to return the item I bought. So let's wait for this. So next morning, let's see classification agent will give us return item. So return item. So let's hope. Now you can see that it's work because we add a trim. So now you can see that it has selected the condition 0, which is the first if block. So you can see, I'm sorry to hear you want to return the item you bought. I can offer you a replacement device with free shipping. Would you like to proceed with this opinion? So you can see that it is working now. So let's test a cancellation. So let's say general information. What is the name of this company and what do you guys do? So let's see what's the name of this company and what do you do? So let's see. It's going to a classification agent is going to classify it as general information. Oh wow, it's going to return item. So there's a problem here. Okay, so we're having some issue here. The agent is going, I think it's picking up the last message, the previous message. So let's go and modify the system prompts. So let's go into agent executor, not agents. Let's go into the actions. And there, so I think the problem is coming from the system prompts. When we ask you to only respond to the last message and the most recent message. So I'm thinking, so what we can do, let's try and console the log, please. Let me console the log, please. Model message. Sorry, model message. It should be model messages, not model message. So what can we do to this system prompt? So let me try and change it to a new different system prompt. So I'm going to paste it. So I found the issue after debugging. I found out that the model message does not contain the assistant messages. So because of that, the agent tend to reply to the first message we asked because there was no any reply to the first message. So that's the reason. So the convert to model message does not accept the custom data workflow node we have in the path. So it only converts the text from the user and send it to the AI to the stream text messages. So because of that, we are going to have to create a custom custom model message so that we can include the assistant messages when we reply. So because of the way we structured it, we're using custom data type or custom type, which AISDK provide for us to use. So because of that, we're going to have to create our own. So I'm going to comment this out. I'm going to call this a custom model message, and we're going to look through the history. So I'm going to say message, and then I'm going to check if um, message.row is equals to user. Then we don't have to do anything else. We just have to return the message. But this time, because of TypeScript, we're going to have to say text, constant text. Then we're going to say message dot path. I'll just set it to as any. So yeah, we're going to just find. We're going to find. I'll say path any. Sorry, I'm going to say path type is equals to text. Then we're going to return the text, and then we're going to say, let me remove this. So we're going to return row user contact text. So now we are done with this if check. So we're going to also check for assistant. We're going to say if message dot row is equals to assistant, then we are going to return. So I'm going to create a function for that. I'm going to call this extract assistant message. Let's say assistant contents, and then we're going to pass in the path here. So let's copy this and let's come down below here and let's implement it. I'll say function. We're going to say path, which is of type any, and let's return. We're going to say constant content. This is going to be equals to path, and let's filter. So we're going to say data dash workflow node. So and we're going to say and I want to make sure that the data dot node type is agent. So say equals to agent. Then we're only filtering for agents, not the if else and others. We're not sending it to the agent, to the AI model. So we're going to only filter by agent. So we are going to then dot map, and there I'm going to I just set it any. Then let's say constant, and let's get output from parts dot data. Then we can just return this and we just say type of, so type of output is equals to string. Then we are going to say output, else we just say output dot text like this. And then we can just filter boolean, and then let's also join, and then we can just return the row assistant and also content here. And in this example of extract assistant content, if you notice, we're not adding the to call, because even the AI SDK, we can also pass in to calls to the model message. So I didn't add it here, just create a simple version of this. But if you really want to allow the agents or the AI model to also know it made a call, a to call, I can also create a call. I'll just paste in the function I created for that. So I'll just paste it here. And it's pretty the same thing with what we have with extract agent content. So from here, we have here. So this is the same thing here. So what we did, we just have gets the type to call to result. Then we check for the type for to call, just similar to what we did for filtering for data workflow. So we are going to also check the type and also check if there's a to call. Then we are going to just push this to the content array we have here. Do the same thing for result. Then for the output, instead of returning the output, we are just going to do the if check to and add it to the array. So we are adding text, and if there's output dot text, then we just pass in text and output dot text. So if content length is greater than 0, we pass in content, else just pass an empty string. So pretty much the same. So I'm just going to go on with this. Later on, maybe you can go ahead and test with this one too. So now we have this here. Now we need to return null here, and then we need to filter. Need to filter this. So I'll say filter message, and let's say message is not equals to null. So that is it. So we are done with this, and the model message is being passed to let's see, it's been passed to the messages. So we can go ahead and then test this out on the client side. So I'll go over to the browser. So here we're going to click on preview, and let's test it. Make sure your local server, Upstash server is running. So let's click on preview, and then I'm going to ask the same question. As I say, I want to return an item, and let's wait for this to run. So now it's running, and you can see classification agent. Now it's setting it as classification is return item. Now it's picking the selected branch, which is condition 0. Now it's I'm sorry to hear this. So let's deviate from this question like we tested before. So I'm going to say what is your company name and what do you what do you do? Just exactly the same way we asked it before. So I'm going to click on send, and let's see it's able to know that we are trying a different question. So it's going to try to classify it as get information. Let's hope it work. So now we can see that it will get information. Now it went ahead to condition. The selected branch is condition 2. Now it's going to give us information about the company. And let's see, it's still running. Now we can see that it worked. So I'm just going to tell it again, tell me more. So the AI agent should know that this question, this message I'm asking is related to the get information. So let's see, it's going to classify it as get information. And you can see that it worked. This is great. So we are going to also test the last one, and you can see more information about the company. So let's deviate again to cancel subscription. You say I want to cancel my subscription, and hopefully this should also deviate from the get information to move to cancel subscription. Now you can see that the agents work, and now it's selected branch is condition 1. Then retention agent now is running, and this should give an output. So we're waiting for it to complete. Now you can see that it worked. Bravo, this is so great. This is working fine. So now let's go ahead and test the search agent. Sorry, the search tool. So I'm going to drag in a new agent here, and I'm going to call this search agent, and I'm going to give this a prompt. So I've pasted a prompt say explore external information using the tools you have. Web search. So I've indicated that it's web search. So I'm going to click on here and select web search. Then let's click on cancel, and let's before we save this, let me cut this out, drag this here, and let's connect it to searching it. So this is going to exclude all these other nodes in the workflow. So let's save changes, and then let's pass it a message. So I'm going to click here, and I'm going to say um what is the latest news on AI agents, and let's click on send, and this will be able to start the workflow and then call the search agent. So let's see. So we're waiting for it to start running. Now it is running. We can see start search agents is running. Now we should be able to see calling the web search too, and the styling is not good. And we should hopefully see results. And I noticed it didn't call the web search to results. I don't know why. Well, let's see, but it gave us an output here, and this is great. So I'm going to later check the reason why the two core result isn't showing. It should have showed the two core results here, but there's a reason why I didn't send it. But nothing less, the AI agents, everything is working. So we are going to go ahead and test the work on the MCP server. And so you can be able to click on MCP server, and this will show a model or a dialog where we can put in the MCP server URL and the access token or API keys. So let's go ahead and work on that. So let's work on the MCP server. The first thing we are going to do, we are going to create a schema for that. We're going to create a model for that. So I'm going to come below here where we're going to save the MCP servers. We're going to say MCP server, and then we're going to also, let's just copy the ID and user ID. Then we're going to add a label. So this is going to be of type string. Then we're going to add in the URL of the MCP server, and this is going to be string. Then the token or API key, this is going to be string, and we are going to encrypt this. We are going to encrypt. We are going to encrypt the key or token. So we're going to store the encrypted version of the token. Then let's add created at and updated the at here. So save this and let me stop my server, and let's write npx prisma generates. And now it has generated the prisma schema. Let's make sure this is saved. So let's say npx prisma db push. So I'm going to wait for this to push. So now it has complete. So we have the MCP collection in the MongoDB server, in the MongoDB database. So let me just run the server back, npm dev. And then, so the next thing we are going to do, we are going to create an action for the MCP server. So I'm going to have it inside this agent.tx. So let me do that here. You can do it anywhere, so I'm going to do it here. So the first thing we are going to do, let's head over to we're going to be using AI SDK. AI SDK also provide MCP the ability to connect to MCP servers. So let's head over to AI SDK and see how to use it. So I'll go over to the code, sorry, and the browser. Then I'm going to go to AI SDK. So you can just search for AI SDK MCP. Just search for AI SDK MCP server, and you should be able to see the first link. So let's wait for this to open. So just click on the first link, and then this will take you to this page. Then we can see how to initializing an MCP client. Then we can see they have different transports. So we're going to be using HTTP because this is recommended, and this is simply how to use it. So we need to install AI SDK MCP. And simply to connect to an MCP server, you provide use the function, you have transport type HTTP and the URL. Then you can add headers, and this is optional if you want to use OAuth. So, and then I think this is how to use it. So let's see how to get the tools. Okay, once you connect to MCP server, you can use the MCP client or tools to get the tools. Then you pass the tools to the AI, the stream text or generate text. Then on finish, we will just say NCP client or close. So this is how to use it. So we are going to do the same. So let's just go back to the code and let's implement the connecting of MCP server and getting the tools. So I'm going to go back to my code. So let's let's install the package first. So I'll cancel my server and I'm going to say npm install AISTK NCP. I'm using 1.0.2. Let's see if this is going to install. So if it does not install, I'm going to force it to install. So I'm waiting for it to happen. There is showing some error. So let's just add F. So this is going to force it to install. And let's wait for it to complete. So now it is complete. So let's import it here. So below here, I'm just going to create I'm going to create two functions, one to connect and one to add the MCP server to the database. So let's import it here. So I'm going to import the package. Then I'm going to say async function. Sorry, this is wrong. Sorry. I need to say export first. Yeah, export async function. Then we'll say connect. I'll say connect to NCP server. And then this is going to take in the URL and also the API key, or we can say token. Then we are passed in API key. Currently, this is not going to save anything to the database. We're just trying to connect. And then we are going to get a list of tools. So user will pick the tools he wants. Then before we save or add the NCP server to the database. So I'm going to say if not URL, that will throw an error. Now let's connect say constant client, or let's say NCP client is equals to create NCP. Don't forget to add our weight here. And then we're going to say transport type. Type is going to be HTTP. Then we're going to pass in URL. Then for the headers, we are going to say if API key is available. Then we are going to say authorize. Sorry, if API key is available, authorize authorization bearer and passing the API key. Then else we're just going to say undefined. Now we can get the tools. So let's come down here and let's say constant. I'm going to say tool sets is equals to await NCPC clients, sorry, not client tools. Now we are going to map through this so we can get the name and description. So I'm going to say constant tools. I'll say tools array is equals to objects dot entry tool sets dot map name to, and then let's get the name and description. So we don't need this, just the name and description. I think something's, yeah. Then we are going to say await NCP client close. Then I will just say return tools. I'll just call it, I'll just say tools array. Tools array. So now we have the connect NCP server. So let's also create the function to add the NCP. After the user select the tools, we are going to then add the NCP to the database. So you might want to once they connect, you immediately add it to the database, and that is fine. Yeah, that's also work. So I'll just leave it like this. So we should connect. It should just handle connection. And then when you add to the database. So let's just do it like this. Export async function. Sorry, add MCP server. So we're going to also get the same thing. We're going to get the URL, which is of type string. Sorry, not like this. URL string. Then we get the API key or token. Then we also do the same thing here. Then we need the label. It's a label. Then let's also pass the label here. String. And we need to make sure the user is logged in. So I'm going to import this session is equals to await get kind server session. And then we can just get the user. So constant user is equals to await session dot get user. Then if not user, throw unauthorized. We can also do the same thing for the connect. Also for the connect, so we can do like this. So I'll just move this to the top. So this is fine. Then we are going to say, let's say we are going to get the server. We say let server be equals to await Prisma. So let me import Prisma here. From the Prisma. Then we're going to say Prisma dot MCP server dot find first. Let's say where user ID. So user ID is user ID. Then URL. So if we're able to get it, we are going to have to encrypt the API key. So let's quickly create I'm going to say, let's say constant encrypted key is equals to if API key. Then I'll say encrypt API key or empty string. So let's copy this, then we'll go ahead and create the encrypt function. Then I will say if not server, if we can't find a server, then we say server Prisma.ncp server creates. Then we'll say data, passing the user ID, label, URL, and then token. Let's pass in the encrypted key. Else, if we already have the server existing in the database, there's no need to add it again. We say else server is equals to ncp Prisma ncp updates, where id is server.id. Then we'll pass in the label and then also the encrypted key. For instance, maybe the user changed the token, then this will just update the existing server we've already created. So after this, we're going to then return the server ID, which is going to be stored in the node sorry, in the NCP, in the tool, we're going to be saving it inside the NCP objects, which we are going to save inside the, I think inside the node, yeah, the node ID. Sorry guys, the node is the node object or the node data. And we're going to return the NCP, the server ID, and this server ID will be stored in the NCP object, which is stored inside the tool array, the tools array. So let's go ahead and create the encrypt function. So I'll do that inside the lib folder. So let's go into lib, and then inside here, let's create a file, call it encryption. So for the encryption, we are going to be using AES, which is also known as Advanced Encryption Standard. So let's go to the browser and look at it. So I have a document I found about it. So if you can read about how an AES encryption works and how it's used to replace the older version DES, and it uses 256 bits. Then we also have it also uses a secret key for both encryption and decryption, and it also uses a GCM, and you can see it, a counter mode. Yeah. So I will paste this link to the documents, or you can search for it online to see, to read more about it. So let's just go straight to the code and let's implement it. So to use the AES algorithm, we're going to define the constants here. I'm going to say constants algorithm. I'll call this algo equals to, and then we're going to define the algorithm. So we're going to use the AES 256 and the GCM. So then we're going to have to generate a secret. We're going to generate a key, which we're going to use for encrypting and decrypting. So I'm going to define a command there. And basically the command is we're going to use open SSL, and we're going to use rand, and we're going to be using x then 32. So I think I need to add hyphen here behind the x, and then click on enter. Then we can copy the secret key. Sorry, let me copy it properly. Then let's go into the env. So I'll go into my env, and there I'm just going to define this here. So I'm going to say ncp underscore secrets. I'll put key, then paste it here. So save this and let's head back to the encryption.txt, and then let's say constant secrets. So I'll say secrets. Let's call it secrets. This is going to be equals to, I say process dot env, and then let's paste it here like this. So let's define the function. We say export function to encrypt. So we are going to then generate a random 12 bytes initialized vector for uniqueness. So I'm going to say constant IV is going to be, we are going to use crypto. Let's say crypto dot, let's use so let me import it. I think I need to import crypto. So let me import it. Now we can be able to get, a random bytes, and I'm going to set this to 12, and the error should stop. Now we need to create a cipher. So I'll say constant cipher. This is going to be equals to crypto dot create, so create cipher IV, and then we're going to pass in the algorithm, the algo. Then let's use buffer dot from. Let's pass in the secrets. Then now you need to also pass in the IV. So once we've created the cipher, now we are going to encrypt the data. So we're going to say constant encrypt. Encrypted is equals to buffer dot concat let's use cipher here dot update, and we're going to say update. Let's pass in the key. So I'll change this. Okay, we're using text here. So let me just say API key and use the UTF-8. Then we are going to say cipher dot final. So once we are done with this, now we are going to return. We are going to return the encrypted. We're going to return the format we want it to be. So I'll say return. So this is going to be, let's open a parenthesis and let's say IV dot to string. Sorry, not to JSON, to string. And then we're going to say X. And then we're going to like this. And then we say encrypted dot to string. And let's also pass X here. And then, sorry, and let's say cipher dot get hot tag like this. Save it. So now we are done with the encrypt function. So let's also implement the decrypt function. So we are going to say, let me change this encrypted key. Yes, encrypted key. Then we're going to say constant. We are going to get the IV. We'll get the data and let's get the tag. So this is going to be, this is going to be equals to encrypt. We're going to split this. I'll say encrypted key dot split. We're going to split it by the semicolon. Then we are going to say constant the cipher. So we're going to use create the cipher IV. And then let's pass in the algo just the same way we had it, buffer from secret exa. And then we're going to also do buffer IVX. Then now we are going to set the authentication tag to verify the data identity, the integrity, sorry. Then we're going to say the cipher dot set auth tag. Then we're going to say buffer from tag exa. And then let's return the cipher dot update. Update. We pass in buffer dot from, let's say data, and then we'll pass in the exa. Then I think, let me close this. Then we say plus the cipher dot final dot UTF-8. Now we're going to be able to return the user API key or token. So now we have this, we can go back to, let's go back to agent, which is inside the actions, and let's import the encrypt from the encryption.txt. Now we have the where is it? Okay, we have the connect MCP server and then the add MCP server. So now let's go ahead and create a dialog we're going to use to connect and then add the MCP server. Then later on, we are going to come over here to edit. We're going to work on the stream agent action so we can be able to retrieve the tools from the MCP object. So let's go back. Let's go to let's create a folder inside here. So should I inside the workflow is better? So let's do it here. I'm going to say NCP and let's say NCP dialog.txx. Let's just say REFCE. Then we say SCP dialog So save this, but before we implement it, let's go into the custom node. Let me collapse this. Then we're going to go into agent and then the settings. And this is where we're going to add the MCP server dialog. We're going to add it below here. But before we do that, let's create, remember we had this, let me scroll down to where we had tools. We had, so if I scroll down to, I think it's here, this add handle add tools. If I scroll up to handle add here, you can see it. We are going to handle dialog here. So let's create the states. So I'm going to create a state here. I'm going to say NCP dialog open and set NCP dialog open. Then once I'll copy this and then I'm going to pass it here. I'm going to set this to true. So now with this, we can then pass it. We can pass it here. So I'm going to import NCP dialog, and there we're going to say open. It's going to be I think it's NCP and dialog open. Then or open change. You can say open change. This is going to be set. I think set NCP dialog open. Then we need to create a function. We can say on add. So inside the NCP server, when we add it to, we need to add it to the NCP object here. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to close this. Sorry, to the two objects, to two array. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to create a, well, let me do it here. I'm going to create a function constant handle, let's say add NCP tools, and then we are going to return. So what this will take, in the label. I'm going to say server, then the server ID, because we're going to store the server ID inside the objects, the NCP objects. Currently, this is just type native. We're going to have the type NCP. So I'm just going to say server ID. Then we're going to also pass in the selected tool. That is the tool the user select. So let me just quickly set the type here. Label. This is of type string. Then server ID. This is of type string. Then we should have selected tools. This is going to be of type. So let's quickly go to constant inside the lib. Constant inside the lib folder. And I want to check the NCP, I think this is it, NCP2 type. So let's head back straight to the setting agents, custom node agent setting. And then I'm going to pass it here. And this is just going to be, so we're going to only store the name and description of the tools. Then now we're going to, let's now handle this. We're going to say handle change. So that's what we use here. We say handle change, and we're going to change the tools. So let's the structure. We're going to pass in all the tools. Then we're going to update type of MCP or add type of MCP. Then we'll pass in the label. Sorry. We are going to also pass in server ID. And now this is where the tools comes in. We're going to selected tools. Exactly what we had in the constants. If we look at the constant NCP, we had the, so if you look at, okay, exactly what we have here. So if I go back, so these are just the constants, but these are the ones we're going to save in the actual data of the agents, data objects of the agents. We're going to have type MCP, label, server ID, and the tools. So we're going to just use this and let's pass it here. Say add MCP tools. So let's go into the MCP dialog and let's implement this. So I'll go into my MCP folder, MCP dialog, and let's define the state here. Oh, sorry, the prop. So let me define this here. And let me import the MCP tool. So we're going to, let's get the uh, open change. So let's pass in sorry, MCP dialog prop. And then we're going to also pass in on add. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create a state. So this is going to have a two-step. Let me add these clients here. So we're going to have we're going to have a step. So the first one we're going to, so let's define the state first. We're going to say step and then set step. This is going to be equals to use state. And if we're going to have to, we're going to say the first one is connect or the connection. Then we're going to say or select. This is when we're selecting the tools. So the first one is going to be connect. So let's import use state hook. So now we're going to have the first, we're going to store this data in the states. We're going to have the URL, of the MCP. So we're going to say set URL. I'm going to say use state of type string. You can duplicate this and say label and set label, which is of type string. Then we can also have the tools. So once we connect, we set the tools in the state. So I'm going to say set tools, and this is going to be of type MCP and tool type. And this is going to be an array. Then we also need to install the selected to the user select. So we're going to say set selected tools. So because of we don't want any duplicates, we are going to say use states, and then this is going to be a type of set, and we're going to already store the string. So string, and let's say new set like this. So I think we're going to also store the description. So let's also have a state again. So this is going to be a loading state, set loading. Is equals to use state hook boolean, and default is false. So now let's define the handle connect. So say async, and let's say set loading to true. So once we call this function, we're going to set the state to true, and let's use try catch here. And then we're going to, let's go into action and copy the function connect server. I don't think I might add this So I don't think this is necessary. So I'm just going to copy it. You might leave it if you want, but I don't think it is necessary. So so I'll say constant. This is equals to await connect MCP server, and we're going to pass in the URL. And sorry, I didn't keep the API key state. So I'm going to say constant. This should be below the label. API key set API key. This is going to be equals to useState type string, and then let's pass in the API key. So remember, this is going to return inside the action. This is returning the tools. So we're going to get the tools, and the tools contain the name and description. So I'm going to just get the tools here. Now I'm going to say set tools, and I'm going to pass in the tools. So this is throwing an error. Say undefined. Okay, description is undefined. Property undefined. Let me check agent. Okay, let's go back to the agent. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to say or empty string. And I think the error should stop here. Once we have the two, let's set the selected two. So I'm going to copy selected two here. So we're going to set all the tools as selected two. So I'm going to use the new set. So we're going to look through the tools. I'm going to map tools, and then I'm going to say dot name. So remember, we're saving it as string inside the set object. So now then we can just say set think it's set step to select. Now we can just toast. Let's import those from Sona. We say just success connected to MCP Server. I don't think we need to add a toast here. Let me remove it. So I'm just going to console.log. Let's say failed. Let me just console.log the error. Then I'm going to call a toast error failed to connect to MCP server. Then finally, we are going to set loading to false. So we are done with the handle connect. So now we need to also implement the add MCP server. So handle add MCP server to the database. So once the user selects, after connecting, they select the tools they want. Now we are going to just have a button that the user click to save to the database. So I'll say constant handle add ncp. So I can say add ncp to let's say add ncp to db. Oh, this is too long. So let me just say async equals to async, and this does not require any arguments. So I'm going to say I selected tools. I don't think okay, selected tools is equals to tools the filter Then we're going to say, okay, I think I will just call this select, or let me call this selected so it does not, sorry guys, selected. Then I'm going to use selected tools here. Then I'm going to say data tool dot has tool dot name. So now this is going to give us the tools, and this is what we're going to let's just say, let's call this tools. It's going to, okay, let's just leave it selected like this is okay. So this is what we are going to save in the agents data object. So let's use try catch here, and then we're going to say await. So we're going to get the server ID. We're going to say await add MCP server. So we are importing this from the action, and remember this is going to return the server ID. So let's copy it, let's get it out here, and we are going to pass in the URL, API key, and label. So we are going to call the onHard, which is coming from the prop. We say onHard, and this will take in label, server ID, and the selected tools, which is called selected. So let me learn how to call also selected tools like this. So now we're going to say on open change. So we're going to close the, okay, this is on open change, not open change. And let's set this to false. Then we're going to also set step to connect. Likewise, we're going to set URL to empty string, set label to empty string, set API key to empty string, and we're going to also set the tools to empty array. Then set selected tools. We are going to set it to new set, and then here we're going to toast dot success MCP server added successfully. So let's throw an error. We say console log console log, and let's say failed to save MCP, and let's return the console log the error, and then we're going to toast error. So we're going to say the same thing, failed to save MCP server. And then finally, we are going to, finally, we are going to set, I think I didn't add that here. So we need to also add the loading state. So I'll do that here. Let me do that. And then let's say set loading to false. So now let's implement the dialog. So I'm going to just change this to fragments, and let's import dialog from UI dialog, and then we set open to open, and then open change to open change. Sorry, to on open change, and then let's import dialog content from UI dialog. So I'm going to give this a class name, I'm going to give it maximum width large. Then I think we've added overlay class. So I'm going to just do the same thing here. Going to pass it. And let's just say black, bg black 60 and z index. Right, this is okay. So inside the dialog content, we are going to check step. If step is equals to connect, then let's have a div. So here we're going to say div class name flex flex column item center margin bottom 6, and then let's import server from Lucy React, and let's give it a class name of width 8, height 8, and margin bottom 2. So we are going to then, okay, let's also give this text muted foreground. Then let's import dialog title. So let's say connect to MCP Server. So let me also give this a class name. I'll say padding bottom 8. I think this is okay. Connect. Let's just give it a class name. Let's say text large, then font semi-bold. And let me just set this to for now, so the error should stop. Now we have the icon and the title. Now I'm going to come down here and let's create a div, and let's say class name space y4. Now we are going to define a div here, and we're going to import label. I think for UI label, I'm going to say URL, and let's import input group. Let's import input. I think input group input is fine. So let's give this ID MCP URL. Let's say placeholder. So I'll just say HTTP let's say HTTP ncp.example.com or example.com/ncp. Then I'm going to give value, which is going to be URL, then onChange, which is going to be event set URL, event.target.value. So I think this is it. So let me just give this a simple I think, should I use div? Let's use padding here. Sorry, paragraph. I'll give this a class name. I'll say text extra small, text muted foreground, and let's say only use NCP server you trust and verify. Then let's collapse this. So let me also add margin top 1. So let's copy this. So I'll copy this whole code, paste it here below, changes to label. And then here I'll just remove this ID. Okay, we need the ID. So let me remove it. So here I'm just going to say placeholder. I'll just say my MCP server as the name. Then we're going to change the value to label. And also we're going to change this to set label. So now I'm going to also remove this paragraph. We don't need it. So now we're going to also copy this and paste it here. So this is going to be, we're going to call this authentication. This is where we're going to pass in the authentication, I'm sorry, the API key. So I'll call this authentication. And there we're going to say, we're going to use select instead of impute group. So I'm going to import select from UI, and let's import select uh, trigger. So I'll give it a class name of widthful, and let's import select value. So here we're going to import select content. So I'm going to create a list, an array of the authentication. So I'm going to be using only one. So if you want, you can add more type of authentication. So currently I'm just using token, API token or API key. So I'm going to just loop through it here. I'm going to say auth list dot map item, and let's import select item from UI, and then we're going to pass in key, which is going to be item.value, and then I'm going to say value is going to be item.value, and then let's pass in the item.label. So for now I'm just going to set this to disable. Sorry, disable. Then below here we're going to have, I think I made a mistake, so let me drag this down. So I'm just going to cut this out, create a div. I'm going to pass it here. Then this is going to this is where we're going to paste in the API key or token. So I'm going to import, let's import input group add-on. So I'm going to just add an icon. I'll say key round icon. Let's give it a class name of size 4, and then let's import input group input. So I'm going to set type here to password. Let's give placeholder. I'll say add your access token. Let's say API key or token, and then let's pass in value API key. Let's say on change. So I'm going to say event set API key to event.target.value. So I think that is all. So let's create a function. So let me give this a class name here, and I'm going to say margin top 2. So we are going to create a button which we use to connect. So I'll say div, let me give this a class name, margin top 6. So I'm going to also add flex and justify end. And here is the button. So let me import the button components and also spinner. So you can see disable no URL label API key or loading. So once we are done with this, now let me collapse this. So we're going to also do the same thing for the select step. So yeah, I'm going to say div, and let's give this a class name, widthful mx think. Just widthful is okay. Uh, let's give this a div. I'm going to say class name flex flex column gap 1 and margin bottom 4. So let me copy the same thing we have here. Let me paste it here. Let me collapse this. Then I'm going to come over here and let me have a div, and I'm going to paste this here. So let me also add class name flex item center gap 2. So I'm going to change this from connect server, and I'm going to pass in the label. So now I'm just going to have a div here, and I'm going to call this URL. So let's give this a class name. I'll say text extra small, text muted foreground. So once we have this, I think below here, I think it's below this div. So sorry guys, this should be, let's change this to span instead of, I also made a mistake here. So let me change it to, so I'll close this, I'll collapse this and also change this. So this is fine. Semi-bold. Let me reduce the font to text space. And here we have, so let me also move this down. So just change this to, let me change this to p tag. This is better. And I think that is all. So let's have a div. I'll give this a class name. So let me also add a class name here. Let me add space y4. So there's no need to add a class here. So yeah, I'm just going to say uh h1. Let's have h1 here, and this is going to be tools. And let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say font semi-bold, text small, and let's give this margin bottom 2. It's fine. Then below here we're going to have a div. Let's give this a class name, and I'm going to say maximum height 80, overflow y auto. and then it's going to say space, so space y2, and there we are going to loop through the tools.map to, and let's have a div. So I'm going to give this a key to.name, class name, flex, item center, gap 3, padding 2, border, let's say border, I think border. Let's just give it border 1, or border, then border, then rounded small is okay. I don't think we need to add rounded. So yeah, let's import checkbox. So I think we've now added a checkbox. So let's add that here. So I'm going to add its npx shanty UI add checkbox. So let me wait for this to add. So I'm having this conflict error. So there's no way to install the shanty UI component, checkbox components. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to manually install it. So I recommend you guys to either remove this package or uh, change the version for or install this version so the error stop. Right, let me just stick with this version. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to the browser and I'm going to go to Shanty UI checkbox and install this manually. So we're going to install Redux UI. So I'm going to copy this and I'll go straight to the code. So let me quickly close this. I'm going to UI, then I'll say checkbox .tx, so txx, not tx. So let me rename this and I'll paste it here. So I think we already have Redux UI already. So let's just save it. And now let's go back to MCP Server dialog. So let's see. Now we can see the checkbox. So I'm going to also I'm going to say selected. So we now selected check is going to be equals to selected to dot has to dot name, like this. So we are going to also use uncheck change. So we're going to create a function for that. So let's just complete this. So let me have a div here. Let's close this div. And I'm going to give it a class name flex minimum. Let's give it minimum width, or let's give it flex like this, and let's just say h5, and this is going to be the two.name. So this should be flex1. So it does not the name and description does not float and horizontally. So I'm going to also have paragraph, and then it should be two dots description. So let's give this a class name. So I'm going to say let's give it font medium, and I'm going to say text extra small. So we're going to also give it a class name. So I'm going to say text extra small, and let's also give it text muted foreground. And for the description, we don't want it to be long, so I'll say line clamp 1, truncate, and the maximum width 75. So once we are done with this, so let's close this out. So let me collapse all of this. So I think this should be inside here. I think, sorry guys, let me collapse it here. So yeah, no, outside this. So let's create a div. Let's give this a class name and flex gap 2 muted. Sorry, margin top 6. So let's make sure this is aligned properly. Okay, yeah, we can see it's properly. So I'm going to have a button. So let me change this to add MCP. So we have a button to cancel, and then we have a button to add the NCP. If passing the add NCP here. So we are done with it. So let's quickly add the function for, let me open this, for the uncheck changes. So I'm going to come over here. I'll call this constant toggle to, or you can say toggle check. You're passing the name of the tool. Then we say set selected tools. So let's get the previous tool, the previous state, I mean. Then we say constant next is equals to new set. Let's pass in the previous. Now we say if next dot has name, then we say next dot delete. So we're going to remove this. Then else next dot add name. We can change this to set instead of next. And then let's return set. So I'm going to just take this. So yeah, let's just pass it here and pass into dot name, and the error should stop. So we are done with the NCP. Let's quickly go into the agent settings. So there's an error. I think sorry, this should be on open change, and the error should stop. So let's make sure our server is running so we can test this out. Okay, there's something else we've not fixed. So if we go to the agents, well, let's just test it out first. So let me run my server. So let me try it now. So I'm going to try to click on any of the agent. Let me just drag a new agent here. And so this will be called database agent. So let me just click on this. And let's try to add an MCP server. Let's see. So we're having some issue. The overlay is above the. So let me go and fix it. And I think the weight is large. So I'll just go out to my code and let me go to where we have that overlay. So this should be inside NCP dialog. So let me try and remove this and see. And also let's reduce the weight to MD and also add small screen. Then save this and let's head over back to the browser. And now you can see that it's looking good. So I notice I can't see the drop down here. Okay, we didn't add default value. So let me quickly add that. So go back to my code. And let me scroll down to where we have the select. So I think this should be here. So let me scroll down to where we have the select. And let me check whether we can add default value. Yes. Default value, let's say token. So like this. Let me check. Go back to the browser. I think it didn't work. So what I did was I just added value and token instead of default value. But you can remove this because we're not using this. We're not using it. So let's just go back to the browser, and then we can pass in the URL label and then the access token. So for now, um, let's just go and connect this to our agents so we can test it out. So let's go back to the browser, sorry, to the code, and then let's just go into the action. So actions agent.cx. So currently we have used the add MCP server connect MCP. So currently we're not using it inside the stream agent action. So let's quickly connect it, then we can test it. So it's pretty simple. We are just going to create another function which is going to give us the tools. So what I'll do is I'll come down. Think let me do it below here. Or let's just do it here. So let's say async function gets MCP tools by server ID. So we're going to pass in server ID. Now we can say constant server is equals to await Prisma MCP server where ID is server ID. Then if there's for any issue, there's any error, we're going to just throw an error. Then now we can get the API key, which is going to be equals to server dot token. Then we are going to decrypt the server token. So let's import and let's update the import, and then we are going to say constant URL is equals to server URL. Now we are going to get a client NCP client is equals to await and create NCP client transport, and then type HTTP. Then we'll pass in the URL headers API key, just like what we had before. Now we are going to get the tool. We're going to say constant to sets is equals to await NCP client.to. So by this time, we're not going to close this. We are going to return the two sets and also the NCP clients. So we are going to use it here. So this needs to be open. The client's connection needs to be open so that we can get the NCP server. Then once the agent is done, once we pass the tools here, then we can close the NCP and clients. So I think above here we can filter, we can loop through the selected NCP, selected tools. So we're going to do the same thing we did here. We're going to say for loop constant to, but this time we're going to filter by NCP. So yeah, let's also have an array here. I think we did the same thing for tools where we have an array. So let me just do it here. MCP clients empty array. So MCP clients empty array. So I just set this to empty any empty array. Then now we are going to say, so let's say constant is equals to await get MCP2 by server ID, and we are going to pass in, the server ID. I think the server ID should be coming from the tool, so it's throwing some error, so it's unable to find server ID. So let's just quickly add it inside. Let me go into constant, and let me just add it here. String. Oh, I think it's not here. Sorry guys, it's not here. It should be inside action here. Yeah, let's add server ID as string. And the error should stop. So we can get the two sets, and then let's get the MCP client. So let's add the MCP client into this array. So I'm going to say MCP client. We're going to push that. Now we are going to for loop constant two of two the selected two or twos, or we can just say ncp2.2. Then we just say if two sets, then we get the two.name error string does not exist. Okay, two is an array, empty array. So let's just add name string for now, and the error should stop. Then we just say twos two.name is equals to two sets dot two name. So I think that is it. So basically we've already added the tools inside the two array. So now we are going to close this. Say on finish. So once it is finished, we say async. So I'm just going to remove this. We don't need this. So let me just say console.log like this. Then we can for loop the array, and then let's close it. So this is it. So we are done with it. So let me make sure there's no error. So I think there's an error somewhere. Let me check it properly. Oh, sorry, I found the issue. It should not have any call. So I think that is all. Now let's check it out. So let's go to preview, and now to add an MCP server. So let's just call this database MCP. So database agent, and let's just give this an MCP server. So I'm going to quickly search. So just search for MCP Superbase MCP server. Then click on the model context protocol. Then if you scroll down, you can see the URL. So I'm just going to click on copy, and let's go back to the project. So I'm just going to paste it, and let's call this Superbase. And now we need to get the access token or API key. So what I'll do, I'll go into my dashboard, and let me just click on any of the projects. So I'm gonna click on Flow AI. I can just quickly create a new project. So let me just resume this project. So let me just, okay, it has opened. So let me just go back and let me go to project setting and see API key. So I think I'm unable to select API key here. So no problem, let me just quickly create a new project. So generate a password. Okay. And let's just click on new project. So I made a mistake. The project name added an email, but for the click on create new project. So let me wait for this to run. So it has created a project. So let me just go to project setting, then click on API key. And I think if you look at the documentation here, they said, think you need to get the API key. So let's just go back to the settings and let's just create a secret key. So just say flow AI and let's test this with secret key. AI. Click on this and let's wait for the API key to be created. So let me just copy this one and let me test it out with it. So I'll go back, let's paste in the API key and let's try to connect. So let's see if this will work. So fail to connect to MCP Server. So let me go over to the code and let me check. So let me quickly console.log this. So let's go into connect MCP Server and inside the MCP dialog, let me console.log here. So should have console.log the error because so let me go back to the agent and API key error. So let me see console.log URL and API key. Then I can just say console.log. Let me try and console log the two sets. So let me try it again. So I noticed the error after debugging. So I noticed the problem is we are using API key, or sorry, the API secret key, but this is not what the NCP can use or what Superbase want us to pass. It wants us to pass the access token. So just search for Superbase access token for NCP server, NCP, and you'll be able to see the link to access token. And then let's just quickly create a new one. So I'll just say flow AI. So let's say flow AI, and let me click on create generate token. And then I can copy this. Once you copy this, let's go back. So I'm going to quickly paste it here. And let me select the URL, the NCP Superbase. And let's say Superbase. So let's try and then connect, and this should work. So connect. So it's going to take some time. So let's wait. So now we can see that it has been able to fetch all the tools. So we can pick the one we want. We can leave search and doc get organization, list projects, get projects. You can remove get course, confirm course, create projects, pause projects. So I'm just going to quickly remove most of the one I don't want. So, but you must leave execute SQL because it's needed. So I've unchecked the ones I don't want. So I think this one is okay. Execute gets URL. So the main thing here, yeah, I don't need to create projects. You might want it to create a project, but get project, get list of projects and search doc is okay. So I think this button should be positioned to the right. Well, let's click on add and let's see. So let's see. I'm going to click on add and let's see. So now you can see the MCP server is added, but the problem this is not showing here. So let's go and fix that. So let me check. So let me inspect and let me click on console or log. So I'm going to open my let's developer tool. So let's just open this and let's click on the last uh object here. And let's click on database. You can see database agent. Then let's go to tools. Let's click on okay. You can see MCP server. We can see the tools that is added, that is selected. Then I think we need to pass in label here. So let me go and fix that. So let's go to the code. And then we're going to go into um I think inside the custom node agent settings. And then this should be I think yeah. So if it's type native I'm using native to dot name. So let me change this to label. So I think I also made changes to it before. So I use name here to type. So let's just leave it. So let's save this now, and I hope this should work. So let's go to the browser, and we should be able to see the name of the MCP server or the name of the tools. Now we can see Superbase. So this is working. So to test it out, let's try and add a system prompt. So I'm going to paste a simple system prompt. Your database agents use the provided Superbase tools to query and modify the database. So trying to save blah blah blah. So I think I'll just remove or let's leave it like this. And then once we add this, let me save this. So I'll save and then let's remove this. I'll disconnect this and then I'm going to connect it to the database agent. And now let's try and see if it's going to be able to fetch data the uh from Superbase. So I'll just go into database. Currently we don't have this is a new account, new project, we don't have any table. So let's try and preview this. I'll say high list, the projects I have in my Superbase. So let's see if it's going to call the Superbase 2. So now it's starting, you can see it's calling the database agent, and you can see list projects, and you can see that I say you have the following project meets the stage and flow ID, flow AI. So and that's what I have inside all my projects. So if you want to use only a single project, you can go back here and then select a project. Yeah, see, I can select this project and connect to this project directly if you want to focus on this project. So, well, since I'm just going to tell it, okay, create, okay, okay, create, let's say, a ticket table, or let's say a user table, create a user table in the, let me copy the name of the table, the project, or the ID, create a user table in the, sorry, in this project, in this project, here is its ID and name. So create a user table, I'll say, and a post table, the user, or let's just say, uh, let's just try it. I don't want it to affect Supabase authentic auth table or stuff like that. So I'm going to say, and the user ID is a foreign key. Let's try and see if this will work. So I'll click on send, and let's see if it's going to create a table. And also, let's see, database agent. It's calling the database agent now. The database agent is going to call the tools, and you can see create execute SQL. Now I'm calling execute SQL. Okay, but this time I will create a table first, post table, and since user table already exists, okay, you can see it's complaining because Supabase already has a user table. So let me go back, go to uh database tables. Let's see. So now we can see the post table and the user table. So if I go to, so we can see post table, you can see user table. So I'm just going to say populate the, we can see user ID, you can see user. So let's just ask it to populate the, so add dummy data to the user and post table, like 5 data. So now it's going to start, database agent is running, and this is going to call the tools. And let's see. So now it's still running this. So now you can see it appears user is an error when inserting to the user, and the error indicator column username is table, column ID and name, and the post ID and content creates the dummy data has been added to both user and post table. So let's go ahead and check it. So we can see some dummy data added to the user, and it didn't add it to the post. For some reason, it didn't add it into the post. Okay, we can see the post now. One, the user ID and the content. So this is working fine. This is absolutely working fine. So you can now we can see list the tables. So we can see it's calling the database agent. Now it's asking to verify the project ID. So let me give it the project ID. So, so let's wait for this. Now we can see it's giving us public posts and public users. So great, this is working. This is working fine. It's absolutely working fine. So now we are done with this with the MCP server. Now we are going to go ahead and um we're going to go ahead and create the embedding, and also once we click on the code, this will open a dialog where you can copy the script and add it to any website, so your agent can be add to any website. So let's go ahead and do that. So in this chapter, we're going to work on the embeddings. So before we do that, we need to first of all work on the code like I mentioned earlier on. So I'm going to go to the browser. So I'm going to be able to paste the code. It's a very simple code. So I'll go to the browser. So head over to the link in the description. You will see Flow Agent Builder Assets. Then we can clone the embedding charts React app. And then inside the app folder, you can go straight to components workflow, and then you can just copy the code dialog. It's pretty simple. So I'll just do that, and let's head over to my code. So I'm going to do that first before we clone the repo to get the embedding chart React app. So I'll go over back to my code, and I'm going to create a file here. So this is going to be inside the workflow. So we'll call it code dialog.cxx. So make sure you copy the code. I'm going to paste it here. It's pretty simple, straightforward. Let me just remove this. So we just import the dialog, check code, copy and code. Then this is a script tag. We add the next public in the env example. You can see we added the URL. Then don't worry about the script. We're going to create a file for embedding.mini.jx. And then we are going to get the workflow. So we're going to pass in the workflow ID. So data workflow-id. And then we have the function to copy. So the dialog is pretty simple. We have the button to copy, and this is where the code is. So I think that is all. So let me say dark mode text background. It's okay. So now we can use these components inside the header. So let's go into app. Let's go into route workflow ID. So inside the comma, we have the header here. And then we can scroll down to where we have code. And let's just replace this with the components. So I'm going to import code block, code dialog, and let's pass in. I think this should throw an error. So let me remove that option. I think so. And let's pass in workflow ID. So we can have the workflow ID here. So I'm just going to pass it. So this is optional too. So let's just make this optional. So let's save the header, and let's try it out. So my server is down. So let me run my server. So now if I click on code, you should be able to see the dialog embed workflow. So you can click here to copy the workflow and add it to your script, to your header tag. So now we have this now. So let's go ahead and pull this. Let me go back. I'm going to pull this repo, get the embedded chart inside my code. So I'm going to also move this code inside a separate folder. So I'm going to just open out the outer folder with the embedded charts React app. So let me quickly do that. So I've been able to do that. I've been able to pull the code. So I've moved the Flow AI project out. I've opened the parent folder, and then this is the embed chart. This is just simply the embed chart is just simply the chart panel we have here. It's just the same code, the chart panel and transport. So let me show you. So if I go into click on, it's only a file. You can click on cement.txt, this is fit, and if you click on embed chart, you will see that this is just simply getting uh, the workflow ID, and also we're using the use chart from AI. Just simply the same thing, handle submit, handle charts, new charts. Then so what we did here was we only show, we say if type is not text delta, then we are going to show now. We are going to return now. Else, so we're only returning only text. So you can see that there's no node, there's no node display here. So and then the transports is still same thing. That's why it's inside the lib transport.txt, exactly the way we did it, pointing to Upstash trigger and also the API route. And the components is just the AI elements and the UI function to UI. So basically that is all. Let's just install all the packages. So I'm going to go into my terminal and I'll see into the embed charts. So the embed charts we have to cd embed, and let's say npm install, and this is going to install all the package. So I'm going to wait for it to install. So now this has installed the packages. So we can do npm run dev, and this will open the vtab. So let's copy this. Why is this saying localhost embed? So let me check package.json. So it's pointing to embed, but let's just try it out. So I'll go to my browser and I'm going to paste it. Let me just open localhost 51. Let me remove the embed and click on enter. Okay, it's pointing to embed. So let me wait for it to open. Now we can see, okay, localhost 5173 embed. Now we can see the UI. Hello, how can I help you today? So you can send a message. Currently, it's not connected to any API. So let's go back to the code. So what we're going to do, so we're going to create an env. So create env and then pass in localhost 3000. So once we do that, we are going to make sure our server is running, localhost 3000 is running. So I'm going to run it, npm run dev. And once that is running, we need to, if you go into the embed charts React app, then go to, uh, let's go into embed charts. You should see that we have to pass in the workflow ID. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to head back to the browser and I'm going to pass it here. It said we are going to add it as such. So I'm going to pass it here and I'll quickly copy this workflow ID. Let me drag this closer and I'm going to just say equals to and pass, and I'm going to reload this page. I think something's wrong. So, okay, I need to pass in something like this. And now you can see that it's working. So let me wait for let me check if the localhost 3000 is already running. So I think it should be running now. So let me open, yeah, you can see that it is running. So currently it's connected to the database. Okay, let's just test with this. So I'm going to say, make sure the Upstash local server is running. So I'm going to click on preview. So we now preview. Let me say list all the projects. I'll click on enter. So let's see if this will work. So it's not going to show the start node and all those nodes. It's only going to, so thank you for it. So let me quickly check the code. And I saw that it's API also trigger. It tries to trigger this. So let me make sure. Let me go into Flow AI. Policy. I think we added it here. API workflow chart. And I think let me check inside the embed chart transport and confirm everything's working. So we are passing the API URL. So API URL fit underscore API URL fit underscore API URL. So I think everything is working fine. Everything's okay. So let me quickly check this again. So let me make sure my server is running and this one is also running. So make sure the API keys are correct. So it's throwing a cross error. So if I inspect and I go to console log, we can see that this is throwing error because we're trying to access it outside localhost 3000. So what we're going to do before we test is let's build it, add it into a public folder in the Flow AI project. So I'm going to go back to my code and let's quickly run and build it. So to build it, if you go into, let me go scroll up, go into the packet addressing inside the embed chat react. If you come up, you can see I have this file here. You can see I have this script build embed, which is building this file directly inside the Flow AI public folder. And then let me just create embed here. So I'm going to run this. So let me come over here. Let me cancel the fit. And I'm going to say npm run build embed. Sorry. Okay, so run npm run build embed. And this is going to build it inside this embed folder. And then we can be able to test it. So let me wait for it to run. So now this has built the file. So if I click open here now, we can see the HTML, we can see all of the file inside here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to quickly create an embed.jx file. So let me say embed.jx file. And let's head over to the browser. So if I go to GitHub, which you can click in the link in the description. Then if I go into app, then go into public, we should see embed.jx. Let's just copy this entire code. It's a simple a, a script, a function that we just run when we add it to the link to any HTML file. So we're using iframe to load the build script, the build React.js app. So let's just go into the code editor and let's paste it here. So this is just having chat icon, close icon, and this will just run. So we're trying to get the data workflow ID from the script, and exactly like this. So now we have this complete. So what we are going to do, we are going to let's create a test file. So I'm going to close this one, and then I'm going to just create a very simple HTML file. So say test.html, and I'm going to paste it. It's just a simple HTML script, HTML file. So we're going to need to copy so let's go to the browser. So let's go into workflow and let's click on this code and let's copy localhost 3000 embed. So this time we're going to use JX for now before we are going to minify the file. So let's go back to the code, and I'm going to add it in the header tag. So let me just add it here. So instead of embed, meaning I'll say embed.js. Now I'm going to quickly open this file inside my browser. So I forgot to move this inside the embed folder. So let's move this. Let's move this inside here. So it should be inside the embed folder. And let's save this and let's head over to the browser. So let me reload this page. Sorry, not this page. Let me reload this page. And let's see if it's show up. So it should show up the embed. So let me check if this is coming so we can see the file. For some reason it's not showing up. So let me quickly check the code. So the reason why it's not showing up, we need to cut this out from the head and pass it in the body. So once you do that, let's head over to the browser and let me reload this page. Now we can see this here. So if I click on it now, we can see the component, the iframe is showing up the build React app. So I'll say let's say hi or hello. Let's see if this is going to work. So it's going to start the node, then it's going to apply us with. I think we connected it to the database agent. So now we can see that it has replies, hi there, how are you today? So let's say list the projects. And this is going to list the project for us. Okay, you can see that I've listed a project, so it's working fine. So if I go over back to this and I'm going to just click on this, delete it, connect it to your actual workflow and save changes. And then I'll go back to the test. Now I can just say I want to return an item and click on enter. And let's see. So this should reply us. So I can help with that. Can you provide me with the order number and name of the item you want to return? You can say it's working. And let's also say what is the name of your company and what do you do? So let's see. So now you can see now it has given me the name of the company and this is working very, very fine. So this is working very fine. So now we have seen how to add this inside a custom, a different app like this test HTML file we have. We've added it. We've added our workflow, the chat app inside. You can click here to create a new chat. So let's go ahead and convert the embed.js into a minify version. So let's go to the code and then inside here, I'm going to just open my terminal and let me quickly move away from this directory and let me go in cd into flow flow AI. Then to convert this embed.js into embed.js so minify. So I'm going to just paste this command here and I can leave two of them inside here if you want. So I'm just going to move this, say embed public, sorry, nps es build public. So I've modified it to add embed. Now let me enter. So this is going to convert it to a minify version. So let me say yes. And let's see. So now we can see the file now. So if we open this, we should be able to see this is still showing localhost. Okay, come on, I think it's not showing localhost inside there. So everything is fine. Everything is actually working well. So now we can now use. Let me quickly save this file. And now we can test it now. Let's quickly test it with the minify version. So I'm just going to say embed dot save this, and let's head over to the browser. So let me reload the page, and it's working. Hello, and let's make sure everything is working fine. So now you can see that it has replied, so it's working. So that is it. So let's go ahead and deploy this app to Vercel. So let's deploy the application. We're going to be deploying Flow AI. So make sure let's open our terminal and navigate into Flow AI folder, and let's initialize Git. So Git init, then Git add. So this is going to add all the files. So it is done. Then let me clear my terminal, and then we're going to git commit. Let's commit. So now it's done. Let's go ahead and create a repository. So I'll go to my browser, and so I want to create a repository. So once you've filled in the name, then click on create repository, and this is going to create a repository. Then let's copy this. I'm going to copy all of this. Let's head back to the code, and let's make the terminal, and let me paste everything. So let's wait for this to complete. And now this has pushed to the branch we just created. So to the repository we just created. So let's head over so I'll just go to the browser, and then let me reload it and head over to Vercel. So I've opened my Vercel account, and now let me continue with GitHub. Let me quickly connect with my Git. So I've connected my GitHub account. So let me import this particular branch or repository. Now we need to edit, I think here. So not here. We are going to add the environment variable. Okay, the build output settings. So I'm going to, I think is this. So yeah, I'm going to do npm install -f. So then we're going to add the environment variable. So make sure you copy your env, the environment variables, and let's paste it here. So I'm going to add everything here. So I've added localhost 3000. So let me just remove this. So once we deploy, um we are going to change the HTTP localhost. We're going to change it to the actual deploy URL. So for the QStash, you can go over to QStash, just log into your account. So let me wait for this to load. So once it loads, just click on Redux, then select the database you created. So sorry, not that we're going to click on. We already have um, the Redis REST URL and REST token. So just go to place. Let's wait for this to load. Then if you scroll down, you can see the envs here. So we're going to copy this one and let's add it inside. Let's add it in the env. So let's go to Vercel and I'm going to paste it. So I've pasted here. You can see the q/slash URL token, current signing key, and then the q/next signing key. So once we are done with this, we should click on deploy. Then later we're going to add the Vercel um, protection and key. So we're going to just bypass protection, sorry. So let's click on deploy and let's wait for this to deploy. So it's currently building. So I'm going to wait for this to build. So I got out an error inside the prompt input. So I've made the correction. So I'm going to go to my code and push. So let me go to my code. So just copy the exact one I have in the GitHub and you'll have no error because I fixed this one. So let me quickly add this and push it. So let me say commit and then I'm going to just push it. Then this, so let's head over to the browser and then I'm just going to go to projects. So before we redeploy, let's go to setting. Let's add the Vercel bypass protection secret. So just click on deployment protection. And there, I think here we can add the secret. Just keep everything blank and just add it. And then you can copy this. So just copy the secret. And let's go to the environment variable and make sure let's add a new one. So add environment variable. Then I'm going to pass in the value. So let me pass in the key we use. I think we use Vercel automation bypass secret. Sorry, it's not a secret we use. We use automation bypass token. So that's what we use in the code. So once we add it, just click on save. And then let's go to deployment and let's redeploy this. So we're going to create a new deployment. So let me create a new deployment. So let's check this. Let's go to overview. I think it has built already. So we didn't change the domain. So let me go to settings and change the domain. Go to domain and I'm going to edit the domain. So instead of flow agent builder, so I'll just say flow agents and let's click on save. Save. Okay, it's already assigned. So let me try a new one. Flow AI agents. I'll just remove the builder, then click on save, then remove old and add new one. So now we have this. Now we can also let's let's go back to the domain. So let's go back to the domain and let's copy it. Sorry, domain. Let's copy this and we need to go into the environment variable. And now we need to change. We need to edit this. So I'm going to edit and next public. So I'm going to use HTTPS flow AI agent Vercel. So copy this. Let's save this one. Let's go to kind. So kind, let's see, site URL. Let's edit this one too. Paste it. Save it. And then also the logout URL. These two. So I'm going to quickly edit. Let's edit this. Let's also edit this one too. So I'm going to just paste this like this and click on save. I think this, update. So I'm going to edit it back and I'm going to save this. So just make sure we go through all of them, make sure that you are updated. So once we are done with this, now we can go ahead and let's redeploy this again. So let's go to deployment and I'm going to just click on create deployment, select main, and let's create deployment. So now it's building. So let's wait. So we encounter some error. So let's click on it. And then inside the error, we should see that the error occur. So let me scroll down. So we can see Prisma client. So let's head back to the code and let's look at it. So I'll go straight to package.json. Okay, we need to add a command here. So I add post install Prisma generate. And once we do that, let's push. So I'll add it and I'm going to commit. And let me push to main. And let's head back to the browser and let's redeploy. So let's go back to deployment. So another error, let me go over back to my code and let me fix the error. So I'm going to, let me close the terminal. And I think this is the error. So let me save this and push this. So I'm going to add the changes. So I think, okay, I think I made a mistake. Then I'm going to commit the changes and let me push this to main. So let's head back to the browser and this should create a new deployment and we can see it's already building. So we are going to wait for this to build. Hopefully this should work. So let me wait for it to build. So it has successfully built. So I think it's complete. So the next thing we are going to do, let me open this and I'm going to copy this URL and let's head over to kind. So log into your account and then let's visit the app. So this is Flow Agents kind and let's add this here. So I'm going to add it here and I'm going to do the same thing we had here. I'm going to paste it here. Then I think I need to copy this. Okay, yeah, this way we need to add it. HTTP Flow AI agent for sale. I think that is all. So let's save this. So once that is done, I think we can go ahead and log in. So let me sign into my account. So I think it's saying we provided. So let me try and reload again. So I think um so let's click on this add callback to application now. I think we added it here. Okay. But we need to let's click on the set and let me see what it did. Okay, he added it here. Look, we added only the alt, but we didn't add the API. The API alt can call back. So let's save this and then let me try again. So let me go to the URL. Let me try and sign in. So now we can be able to log in. So let me quickly. So now we are logged into the account. This is fetching the workflows. So we're unable to fetch any workflow. So when I inspected, I saw that we had 500 error. So if we go back to Vercel, I try to click on logs. I'm seeing this Prisma error. So let's go back to the code and let me fix this. So once you have to do is to go back to schema.prisma, and I think we need to add -jx here. So once you have done that, let's deploy this again. So I'm going to commit. So let me push this to main. And now let's head back to the browser. And this should create a new deployment. So let me go over to deployment. And we can see that it's already building. Okay, this is the old one. So you should see that it's already building. So let's wait for this to complete. So it has completely built and so it's ready. So let me try and log in. So I'll go to log. Then let me try and reload this page. And let's see. Now it's working. I can see my workflow. So if I click on this workflow, and this should navigate me to the canvas screen or the workflow screen. So it's loading now. We can see this. So let me try and then send a message. Let me just say a very simple message. And let's see if everything is working fine. So we've already passed the Qstash URL. So everything is working fine. We can see classification agent. And then let's try. I want to return. I want to return an item I bought. So let's see. So you can see that it's moving over to the return classification agents, classified it as return item, selected branch, and then you can see that it's working. So let's test the other one. I want to cancel my subscription. So let's wait. So I want to make sure all the checks are working. So it should take us to the classification agent to classify it as cancel subscription, and you can see that it's moving well. So you can see I understand cancellation stuff, and I think that is all. And we can click here to copy the code. Now we can see we have the URL flow AI agent app, and everything is working fine. So guys, so this is the end of the video. So make sure to subscribe, like, and then comment. So I'm going to also add the code for HTTP in the GitHub. So thank you.